Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo, and with me is Six Speed, and today is day one of our Rise Showdown finals. So very exciting stuff here. We have 6 games tonight, 6 games tomorrow. Our map order is EEMMEE for today. And just a little bit of a message before we go on ahead and get started. Everybody, I see some questions about the number that's appearing on the screen, and that is because Rise Esports origin, like the name of it, comes from the fight with suicide and the awareness of that battle within. So just know that you are not forgotten, you don't have to fight alone, and you can rise up and keep going. Always check on your friends, all that good stuff. A very serious topic, but a little bit back to PUBG. I know I have a few people that I'm keeping an eye on, specifically 300 KEKW keys and no cap. What about you, Six Speed?
I don't think you could vote against Gas here. I hate to talk about him once again, but when you're winning almost 50% of the games you play in every single tournament, you really can't bet against them. Uh, if I had to pick some other teams that are going to be competitive, I hope we see Anime Thighs come out and have a strong day. They kind of struggled a little bit in the Spark series, so I'm hoping to see them bounce back because they did have some strong qualifier lobby results. And then you also have teams like Elusive, Tac 8, so I'm hoping we'll see like a nice, like well balanced quality of games here. So those are my teams to watch.
Gotcha. So I got a little bit of a reminder. You guys can see on the screen right now that the finals pricing is $35 per winner chicken dinner, $100 for the kill leaders after all 12 games. First is $700, second 500, third 400, and fourth is 200. I mean, without further ado, let's get into our first game. Let's take a look at that. Do you want to go ahead and talk about that plane, Six Speed?
Yeah, so it's starting at that south side, going up to the northwest over by Zarky. We do have on the west side here by Primorsk. It looks like Knightley and those guys already landing really close to one another. We also have two teams occupying that military island to start off the game. So we'll have Gascans and Anime Thighs down there. So starting off pretty quick with some early congestion here. So we'll look to see what plays out with that, especially on the southwest side. You've got Krayshow and Tetra landing really close to one another in those warehouses down in Primorsk. So if we could take a look at that span and see what happens here, I think that's going to be our best shot at some early action.
And definitely a little bit worried for those guys as they're currently very split. We can see up here that Shaju and Flax are actually further to the north, so it's going to be Nightly Esports cutting off Krayshow and Lemon Squeezy for right now. It does seem like they're aware of the position that they have already going on ahead and trying to surround. I would like to point out that Nightly Esports, I do believe they're using a few subs already because of some emergency stuff happening with their team right now, but they're still going on ahead and playing, so it's good to see. Hopefully they'll be able to get their whole roster in tomorrow, but as right now, at least they have 4 on in playing.
Yeah, so I think Sneak's mom is in the hospital from what I had heard him say. So hopefully everything's going on okay with her. So try and keep some updates, figuring out what's going on. But Sneak Attack, fortunately, being able to get in the games and play today. So Nightly, another one of those teams we hope or we expect to do fairly well. They had a strong showing at the very end of the last round of 32 Spark games. So we'll see what they can do coming into this last day.
I definitely agree. So far, it seems like they're pretty content with just going on ahead and looting up. Not entirely worried about the other members from those guys just yet. I mean, we heard some bullets flying towards them. We see that those guys are now retaliating a little bit, trying to get a hit onto Tetra as he's crossing the street, but it doesn't seem like they're going to quite hit anything. And I keep going on ahead and checking the rest of the map, but it doesn't look like Flax or Chandru are any interested in going on ahead and seeing what's happening down there. As we can see from the zone shift as well, it's going on ahead and actually centering around Gatka, so they are in fact going to be a little bit inside zone for a bit longer. And more on the hot drops, it looks like there are two teams actually sharing Severny right now. It's going to be Step Bros and True Sight. As of right now, it seems like they're pretty separated by this big center road. You can see the Dark Dreams is hurt a little bit, but it doesn't seem like much else is happening for now. They have to start their move on, though, and it does look like Nightly Esports are getting a little bit more interested in trying to push onto the position of those guys.
Yeah, Shoju is actually linked up with Flax, so I wonder if they'll start to make a move over down to Primorsk to try and help their team. So, like you were saying, Knightley has made this 2-2 push and kind of got a Lemon Squeezy and Show down there just kind of cornered in that one section of Primor. So we can take a peek in and see what they have for loot, see how they're going to fare in this fight as Nightly looks to make their push onwards.
It's like Lemon Squeezy does in fact have a 3x SKS and a shotgun level 1 gear. And Ratio has SLR and AK with a level 2 helmet, level 1 vest. So doesn't seem like they have too much stuff there. At least they have at least they have weapons. I mean, a shotgun for close range definitely good against an entire team. And it also looks like their two teammates are in fact coming in closer. I'm kind of interested. Do you think we should go on ahead and listen to one of these teams' comms, Nightly Esports or those guys?
It's up to you, Span. I mean, I know if I'm taking a close range fight like this in a 2v4, shotgun's going to be the weapon I want to have in a close range fight. I mean, you do have, like we said, Flax and Shodru just kind of overlooking from that far hill. They haven't decided to push down in here yet, but it does look like Nightly is actually choosing to kind of pull back from this. I don't think they want to get ratted out, lose some players early. We do see the Krayshow and Tetra are still playing very close to one another, and then we do have some shots coming out now, so Ratio is taking a little bit of damage there, and I think that will be his key to kind of fall back. I did think Knightley was leaving, but now it looks like they're trying to re-engage. That they've spotted out those guys' members.
I think at first they didn't know exactly where they are, but now that they're definitely their reconfirmation that they are in fact here with those shots are making them be more aggressive on this. We can see Krayshow K-Crams actually caught Morns with a headshot, but he was able to go on ahead and get the knock using that ump. So that means it's just Lemon Squeezy left over here for those guys. He still does have that shotgun in the north. We can still see Shoju and Flax from afar. It doesn't seem like they're too committed to try and crash in on this, which I think is what they need to do if they're going to hope to try and save their third.
Yeah, Lemon just waiting. He does peek out with the shotgun. A great shot from him to get the knock on Bahio. But the rest of Knightley's going to come in, and they're going to be able to get the knock. And that should clean up Lemon Squeezy. They're going to be able to get the res of Bahio. And those guys, unfortunately, losing two members early. Shojo and Flax are just going to opt to leave this and go find themselves a strong position in zone for the rest of this game.
Yeah, I don't think they came in aggressive enough. I feel like Flex and Shoju needed to go on ahead and crash onto their teammates. Unfortunately, that did not happen, but that means Nightly Esports, I mean, they went on ahead, picked up 2 of those kills already, and they can continue on looting because they're inside of this zone.
Yeah, and Flax and Shoju starting that rotation now. They're driving right through the middle of 300, so a lot of shots coming out on them now. See if anybody's able to connect. Voxic landing a shot both on Flax and a Shoju. Neferhor is there to get the knock on a Shoju, and that's going to be Flax gone as well. Great spray from Neferhor. And those guys are going to be eliminated 16th. First team to go out. Some great pickup points for 300 is those guys have just rotated a little bit too close to that compound there. Very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it looks like they wanted to. They desperately wanted to just go back to the spot that they had originally looted, but I mean, being gone for a long while makes it that nowhere is safe, and they definitely realize that now that they're down and out. 300 did in fact go on ahead and take that position while they were away, and I mean, as we can see, it looks like 300 is going on ahead and shacking up right there. They're happy with their location. Everybody else on this circle, however, are still slowly fighting their way in to try and find some place to call home.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little bit of congestion up on that north side. A lot of these teams also centered in around the middle. You do have a lot of the no cap members shooting at mixed results with one another. Up in the northeast, it does look like True Sight have made it up onto Everest. So
Looks like one of the Step Bros members ended up jumping out of the vehicle, getting knocked, but he got res. He's going to be fine for now. Don't quite know what happened there, but I feel like I've been seeing that a lot more recently. It looks like Nutters all the way on this western side. They have a massive split here against the coast. It'll be interesting to see where this next zone goes to, and from this massive split, they're going to be able to go on ahead and see a lot of space, so...
yeah, it's those first game nerves. Sometimes you just get a little antsy and you fat finger your F key. Very unfortunate, but are able to get their player up and get themselves moved in the zone. Does look like mixed results have spotted out some of the Nutters, so they'll trade fire there, but really nothing too devastating. Mixed results have themselves a pretty strong position, so as these teams are starting to make their rotation in, this first circle closes, we'll see which direction it sends everyone.
Looks like a little bit of a crash is coming here from True Sight and LR Lost Reality. Looks like they kind of got here at the same exact time. You can see TRX now making a little bit of rotation on the northern side, trying to go ahead and spot one of these guys out. Looks like he did in fact spot out Jeppy. Aim. They're both going down super low. TRX having to immediately go on ahead and unpeak on that. Stone Storm is on the southern side. Let's go on ahead and see what he's doing. Looks like he's prepping a little bit of a nade to try and help out his teammate. Not quite catching anybody else out here as the rest of True Sight are hiding in that one building, and here comes the rest of Lost Reality to help out.
Yeah, I think Stone Storm has some great off angles here. So once some of these True Sight members try and push across to help their teammate, Stone Storm's gonna play a big part in that spoiler. So Mitchie Boy and Dahoshi still just laying back, but opening knock on a Jet AM, I think True Sight, you might see a little bit there. House. Now Tio pushing in, getting that flush, and they're gonna look to aggress on this. They know where the rest of these members are.
Yeah, so far playing it really very slowly here, kind of. There we go. Stone Storm tried to go on ahead and make the push, though, but it looks like True Sight, they were able to go on ahead and spot him out through their side window. They're going to try to continue to play this one story. I mean, this is where their hard cover is. You see Mitchie kind of making a rotation to try and save him, but doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do much from that position, especially because True Sight are just going to go on ahead and continue to hold that window, wait for him to go and crawl out.
So Mitchie Boy's gotten the same off angle that Stone Storm had just a second ago. He is trying to get some nades in those windows, but unfortunately just not able to get the angle on him. Arson trying to get the flash out on a Stone Storm, but just can't quite see him through the smoke. So it's a good use of utility here from Lost Reality. They're going to try and pick up their fallen team member. A lot of sprays coming back and forth now between Zolmox and Dahoshi. So many shots landing, but just not quite able to get the knockoff. Zolmox and Dahoshi are going to be dropped down to 1 HP.
Kind of looks like they're no longer very interested in playing inside. They're now starting to push out. You can see the Mitchie Boy is so far successfully getting the res onto Stone Storm. I think they figured out that they haven't gotten that kill yet. Here comes the push around. Oh, Mitchie was ready for it, though. Down goes Zolmox. Down goes Very Vibes. That means it's just Arson left. It looks like he was ready for that trade, though. Ended up getting the knock into Mitchie. I mean, you could see the bullets coming from afar being put onto the True Sight members. And it looks like Arson ended up trying to push out to do something there, but unfortunately, Dahoshi was already there and holding. So far, it does seem like they're going to be able to get their reses. Nope, there goes Stone Storm, stolen from one of the Step Bros. Lampblack going on ahead and taking that, but it's not quite over as here comes SDR onto Lost Reality's position.
Yeah, Span, SDR have heard this, and they're making a full front-end push over the compound. Mitchie Boy trying to make something happen, but some great shots coming out from Lucid, being able to get the knocks. And now it looks like it's just Tio and Hoshi. Tio does have a spot behind the rocks. Hoshi's going to start to fall back from him. SDR now making the rest of their push. A good use of utility here from Tio, taking a little bit of damage. Lucid Freak right there, getting the knock on a Tio as well. And now it's just one member left for Lost Reality. Able to land some good shots on the Lucid, but not able to get that knock. Dahoshi, the last member in the house. SDR know where they are as they look to start this finishing push over on Lost Reality here. Dahoshi playing outside the house, taking a little bit of fire from some other teams. And he's going to be forced back inside to heal.
It doesn't seem like they're going to back down. Already going on ahead and making that push, starting the clear. I don't think they quite realize it's just one left, or they're going on ahead and spreading out now, just waiting just a little bit passively. Dahoshi trying his best to seem a little bit bigger than he really is, going on ahead and spraying at them, trying to go on ahead and catch one of these guys out. Oh, here comes some utility as well. I mean, if SDR, they have to go on ahead and clean this up very shortly. They can't just go on ahead and continue on just holding on to this fight. And as you can see, Dahoshi, he doesn't really have much to go to. Oh, more shots from an 8 are going to take him down to 32 HP. He's going to go on ahead and hide, but here comes the push from Gwen Stacy and Lucid Freak. Gwen now peeking through that window. He's going to go on ahead and get that last kill. Lost Reality is eliminated in 14th. SDR now has that spot, and I mean, we can go on ahead and take a look at the zone because it has changed a bit. The only people near them are Anime Thigh. As you can see, Nightly Esports also going out right after Lost Reality. And with that, I mean, it only looks like Gascans are actually far outside here. It looks like they're the ones that got in that fight with Nightly Esports, caught each other out here, probably when they're making a rotation out of Primorsk. Now they have to continue into this zone that still is centering on Gaka. I have a feeling this might be a Gaka field ending, and it looks like everybody realizing that is now making a send for it. Jam taken down for Nutters. Where else are they going to go on ahead and attempt to go to? They're turning around is what they're doing. They're like, nope, that's not worth it. We're gonna go ahead and turn right back around. There's no way we're gonna make that drive. Unfortunately, they did go on ahead and end up losing one of the team members on the way there. Oh, they probably saw the zone shift.
Yeah, they actually, I think they backfilled. I believe it was either Anime Thighs or Mixed Results.
Those
I'm
mixed
stand
results.
corrected. Yeah, Mixed Results was occupying that compound or the hill there, so they backfilled them and found themselves a pretty good position as this zone does hard shift a little bit to the west. So these teams on the south are going to have to try and find their way in. 300 going to be scouting themselves a position to get in, but Gascans going to be coming up just behind them on the west side. So look to see if anything happens with that. A lot of strong teams in this game left to play, though, and all of these hard compounds are just about taken. So we'll see what 300 looks to do here.
It seems like they might know that the only thing they have to do is crash. It looks like they're currently looking at the hill in front of them. They are able to go on ahead and play that ridge in front of them for a little bit, but they do have to be wary for Gascans that are now also trying to find some place to play. That looks like exactly where 300 is going to go for now, at least for a little bit more of a scouting spot. It looks like Gascans aren't entirely interested in going straight into the zone. They're actually continuing on up the western side. They might think that the ridges in here are the most clear. It looks like Adam is actually doing the first scouting, stopping at these two little houses here.
Yeah, and I think Nutters were just playing that compound that they're pulling up at before. So Gascan should be able to scout that they're in that radio tower hill. So I'm wondering if that's what they're going to try and make a crash on, or if they're just going to take these compounds just on the inside of zone in those ridges, like you were saying. I do think 300 will have a possible sightline on them. It just depends on what they see through the trees in the swamp there. But once this next zone pops, I have a feeling that they're going to be looking to crash onto something in a stronger position.
300, I don't think we'll be able to go on ahead and see down on them because Nutters should be doing their job, making sure they're shooting them off of standing too far over on the ridge, but they might try and do that anyway. I mean, it looks like they were doing a lot of damage to Nutters, so Nutters may actually be on the low for right now, you know, keeping it low. It does look like they're actually starting to take those shots, and there it is. Nutters also going on ahead and retaliating. Very shortly, we're going to see this next zone pop, though. We have about 20 seconds left. You can see that Adam for Gascans actually making a little bit of a rotation around and doing some damage to Nutters as well.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for 300 there because they actually did have some really good sight lines onto gas cans, but as soon as Voxic started putting some shots out, and others started to get involved with that third party. So they did land a couple of good shots on a Honey Badger, but just not able to get a good knock out of it. Zone actually goes hard northwest, so very unfortunate for a lot of these teams on the southeast side. So Nutters do have a pretty strong position here. Looks like gas cans might be making a crash on them.
Yep, this is the next blessed spot to be able to go on ahead and make an aggressive stance onto Nutters. But, I mean, we can see right there, head kick with that headshot onto Honey Badger. They have to be careful from the people at Observatory. Unfortunately, unable to use that vehicle as the hardcover that he needs. He is going to be punished for it for now. They are still trying to assault Nutters with some util. You can see Nikos' nade actually getting it down on a pan kill. I have not seen this zone shift in a while, and we can see 300. They got the knock. They don't want to sit up there and be a little bit complacent with their spot. They want to be aggressive on this. Here comes all the nades. They want to try and continue. Is that nade gonna hit? It looks very close, and it looks like it is going on ahead and getting the re-knock onto Honey Badger. Nico's unable to go on ahead and try for that res once more as more nades are coming in, but the push between Gascans and Nutters are now fully underway, and they have to worry about the third party from 300 on the south. Ooh.
Yeah, Old List just there getting the wipe on Nutters, but here comes 300 in the same ridges that they had just crashed on 2 seconds before. Neverhor leading the push. They do have Nikos just to the northeast of them, but he is taking a lot of third-party fire from, I believe it's either Elusive or Mixed Results up to his north, so if they can just spot him out, they should have a pretty free knock here. The rest of Gas Cans are occupying that radio tower that they took from Nutters, but 300 now just trying to get these sight lines so they can start to make the push.
Yeah, let's go ahead actually and listen into the Guadalajara Gascans comms right now.
I think you try to play Nico's angle. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
One's on Nico's angle,
yellow, a little bit further.
on the west.
I'm healing.
Nico, they can't pick you without Adam seeing.
Yeah,
Adam
from far.
Yeah, okay.
You
I'm
can
gonna
kind
take from
of play
east,
bro.
for this.
Oh, you have no meds, do you?
Yeah,
It should be one
have
pushing
no
from
mid
south
armor.
for this.
Can we stall?
It's fine. As long as you play good angles, you're way better than the team.
I'm gonna full boost.
Only have one more smoke, Odus.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
I don't think they lost
I
any
grabbed
early.
it too.
No, they should
No,
be
no,
4.
You know they can't go north because they'll go third body. They can't go blue line. So basically, they're condensed to blue box. That's it.
I knocked one.
Nice.
I knocked him.
Nico might be able to
Right?
sweep north. Sweep north of Nico, maybe.
One pick me right,
Oh,
one
shit,
pick me
no,
right.
no,
He's
you
in
can't really push with this. You
overpeak.
can't really push with this knock.
He's in overpeak, Nico, on my west.
Yeah, okay.
We can push. We can.
Yeah, from all this side you can. From all this side you can. Yes.
Go to
He's
me.
trying
Go to
to
me.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what's gonna play low on your left
Okay,
hold?
let's go.
They're gonna make you
Let's
into
go.
this, I think.
I'm running.
Hard, hard.
You sure you
I'm
don't get
picking
baited into
left.
this.
I might get knocked. I'm knocked.
No smoke.
I'm pushing close. He's speaking
Yeah,
close.
one
Close.
totally left. You got this, Nico.
One peeking left of the smoke.
He's alive?
Nice try, bro.
And with that, unfortunately, Gascans are in fact going to go down from 300 going on ahead and third partying. They went on ahead and waited a little bit. It looks like they did get one knock, but we can see that they're already going on ahead and getting the res onto it. So 300, they're patient on that. Gascans knew that they had to clear their edge. Unfortunately, weren't successful, especially because a lot of shots were coming towards them from Elusive and Mixed Results in the distance. And now 300, they have that strong position there all the way on the western side. You can see that the zone did once again pop. Actually, Fudge for Anime Thigh is kind of holding down the center as a solo currently, but the rest of these guys now making a move. Here comes KEKW Kiers.
Yeah, and while that fight was going on with 300 and Gascans, a lot of these teams started making some hard pushes on one another. So Anime Thighs crashed over into T8. That's how they got left with the solo. KEKW getting a good Molotov out under this rock that T8's occupying. So it does look like Enraged Zealot's going to go down, leaving Destinator the last man standing for T8 here. It did manage to pick themselves up 4 kills with all the crashes that were going on, but does not look like they're in a great position here as KEKW is pulled up on the hill just above them. And that is going to be retaliative getting the kill as added third parties from far getting that last kill on a Destinator.
Yeah, it looks like KEKW Kiers are going to go on ahead and take that position. You can see Nitrogen also from the south trying to go on ahead and meet up with them. No cap, not quite interesting going on ahead and looking over because they don't have to just yet. And we can see that a lot of people are actually trying to get some kills onto Step Bros, making a rotation far on this northern side. It looks like Mixed Results holding them just outside zone, and here comes S1 from behind. If they know that Step Bros are right in front of them, they're going to start being aggressive on this. I think we're about to see a fight here very shortly.
Step Bros, I think, are checking the backside of this hill, though. You do see Evolution peeking towards his back. Elusive hasn't decided to peek up over this ridge yet, but I think Yusug will play a good part here. They're going to hear the bikes start moving. I'm not sure if they're going to take shots or if they're just going to try and backfill this. Fizzle has spotted him out.
Yep, there you go, spotting out Evolution. A really nice shot onto him from that 3x barrel spray. Now going on ahead, pulling out a 6x mini. He spotted out the others. They moved the vehicle, getting another knock onto Dark Dreams. There you go, instantly getting the flush. Now in a fight with Quick Eyes, though. Here comes the zone. He was down to 1 HP, and with that, that is going to be the end. That blue zone definitely making a lot of damage onto them. It looks like Lampalot cannot go on ahead and get the rest on his teammates, and Mixed Results, they're interested. They only have 2 kills, and they want more. They're going to go on ahead and push on over and see if they can take these.
Yeah, a lot of util coming out from Mixed Results there. Unfortunately, not able to get that flush on a Quick Eyes, but Ploop's gonna clean up the last remaining member of Step Bros Lampalot down there. So Mixed Results and No Camp will have a decent position on this north side of zone. It does hard shift to them again, so they are gonna be playing just a little bit longer on these little hills that they have. No Cap, stronger position in the compound just above KEKW with Anime Thighs last players as solo. So 300 now starting to make this crash over on a one eye open. Angelo Monhardy can get a great knock and flush on a Via, but Voxix immediately going to pick over and trade it. Now Neferhor, one of the last players just standing in this ditch down here, able to prone out. His head kick looks on from far, so good on them to be able to get a couple kills. But the last 2 members of One Eye Open, Delta and Tsukiboi from the east, trying to put a lot of third-party shots in.
Looks like they're going to continue to play this field for a little bit, just still playing a little bit further away. Looks like they will get the flush on the Vox before Neferhor is able to throw the smokes out for the protection. So it looks like a lot of these teams are actually going down to just 2 more members. You can tell that Delta and Zuki Boy, the brothers, trying to go ahead and spot them out. They definitely hear Headkick making a rotation in front of them with that bike onto this ridge, putting them in a really awkward position. So now it's 300 with the ability to hold them out. But as you can see, Headkick knowing he needs to put down those smokes to cut off the sidelines from the north, and it does seem like he's able to do so. He still has 7 smokes left after using those. Deltas from the side, though, is in fact going to get the knock onto Headkick. It looks like Neferhor now trying to get involved, but he knows he's inside of that smoke, unable to pick him out just yet. Crazy stealing the knock on a Headkick. Neferhor still trying to use this rocket as his ability to go on ahead and peek, but unfortunately Delta is going to get the first shots on him with that M4 spray. 300 PUBG eliminated. That means we're down to 5 teams. It looks like One Eye still have to get into side of zone here. The rest of these guys are already there.
Yeah, so great play from One Eye to be able to clean up the rest of that fight. Some good sprays coming out from Delta, and they're able to stay 2 up as they go and try and find the spot in the zone. It's not a ton of places to play. They might be able to play some of these ridges down at the south, but I could see Anime Thigh's last player Fudge being a problem for them. So the zone's still in a heavy favor for mixed results, No Cap and KEKW. So we'll see where this next shift goes. But like I said, Span, at the beginning of this game, it's nice to see these teams that we want to do well finally making it to this end game. Probably able to get some decent points for themselves.
Yeah, and I just love that Fudge for Anime Thighs here is just going on ahead and playing in this dip. Just still playing as sneaky as possible. Definitely playing the placement points here now. You can see that poor One Eye open now just making an absolute run for it. Delta's going to be taken down by Blue. Zuki Boy with the vehicle trying to do something as well, but it looks like No Cap is going to go on ahead and take all of those kills. One Eye open eliminated in 5th, and now it's just the 4 teams left. Very shortly, the zone is going to pop. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going to happen here.
Oh, and Anime Thighs did get spotted out by Lister here, so that's going to be them going out in 4th place. The zone will pop and go pretty central, so mixed results, the only team in zone at the moment, but No Cap just doing a great job of picking up a lot of these extra points, being very aware of the surroundings, where these other teams are. So they have managed to get themselves 7 kills so far. I believe mixed results only had 4, and KEKW just with 1 kill at the moment, unfortunately. So you do see Crazy kind of overstretch into the center zone, trying to cause problems for these teams, as it does look like KEKW is going to start to make a move and get ready.
There you go. Looks like it's going to go on ahead and go to the center. Mixed results in a really good position, actually. They went on ahead and pushed out from their position. Crazy taking that dip. So that means KEKW, Keers, and No Cap are going to be the ones that have to push in here.
Yeah, it's a great positioning by Crazy, so I think he's going to be a little bit of a spoiler here. If he doesn't show himself too early and start to cause problems, I mean, he could potentially pick up a lot of points from mixed results and KEKW. So see if he spots out some of these players. KEKW very focused on No Cap in the moment as No Cap starts to make a rotation up the hill. It does look like Menix is going to try and get some high ground here. See if he's going to run into these mixed results players. I will think they have heard him. Yeah, stun's coming up over the ridge. Spray comes out in the dark, but Lister is going to immediately be there for the trade and knock. He's able to escape away with just 5 HP, so he will be able to get the first aid off. KEKW now looking to get involved with this. They have pulled up to the edge of the ridge on the street there. Just barely in. Smokes are going to start to come out. It's Crazy's looking on from that dip just on the other side of the street. A great spray from Retaliative, able to get the knock on the Sigsy with the flush, but Darth immediately there for the trade. Should be able to get the res off those. The smokes are already out with the vehicle protection.
Yeah, Crazy still knows exactly where KEKW Keys are, trying to go for a little bit more damage now, but it looks like Winnie Pew Pew actually being able to find out that vehicle, bring it on forward. I mean, No Cap are currently all prone directly in front of him. He still does have 2 nades left. Ooh. All of KEKW Kiers now somehow made it inside. Fries KK actually with a really nice narc into Darth. I mean, Lister's going to be able to go on ahead and get the res onto that. And I mean, Adit and Floob here, the last two up for no cap. They're just going to have to go on ahead and play the prone game. They're currently between two teams, and all they're hoping for is that they're going to be able to shoot at each other over their heads and be preoccupied for now. Honestly, KEKW Kiers all with 4 members still up is very impressive and crazy. Right when he gets down, that's going to be really, really bad for mixed results. So Darth and Lister hopefully are helping him out a lot there. Oh, there we go. First with the nades, taking him down to 75 HP. Retaliated will in fact be down, but here comes his teammate, Fries KK, running him over, going on ahead with the flush. And that means KEKW Kiers is now taking this spot, and they're using these vehicles as some hard cover. So mixed results are not going to be able to have an angle on this. Now it's a 2v3v2 situation.
Yeah, unfortunate for KEKW to lose Retaliative there, but just a great spray coming out from Crazy. The kill did get stolen by mixed results, but KEKW just doing a good job of crashing and good knock on the Adit, but a nade from Darth is going to steal that away, unfortunately for them. So now Lister and Darth are just a two-man, no cap remain with 1. KEKW, I think, have the stronger position in this fight currently, so you do have Ploob sitting pretty close to these mixed results members. Lister has now pushed his way up into the same ditch as the rest of the KEKW team, as it does look like Winnie is going to start to make an aggressive push up in front of his smokes as he tries to find his way in.
And go Lister right in front of them. They definitely know that they're there. That's who's put down all these smokes. Currently now proning inside. It does look like he is going to be found out though from Nitrogen, meaning it's mixed results. All out in third and no cap with only 1 up versus the 3 men of KEKW Kiers here on the southern side. This is in fact the last zone, and I mean, we know who's in charge of it. It's KEKW Kiers, and they know about where Ploob is.
Yeah, Ploob's going to need a miracle here to make something happen. I mean, you got the 3 members of KEKW remaining. They're right on top of the dot with the strong ridge to play. So,
He's
yeah,
denying.
Ploob's going to deny. That's about what I expected there, honestly.
Yeah,
This could be a
with
pretty
that.
strong win for KEKW, sneaking away with 5 kills.
Yeah, very nicely played by them. Honestly, on that ridge, I wasn't sure how much longer they were going to be able to go on ahead and survive there, but they were able to from mixed results going on ahead and messing with no cap. So very nice win for them, especially that push on over that bull where Crazy was. They needed to make that move. They were successful with it, and good first game. We're going to go on ahead and go into a short break, y'all. So we'll be back with the leaderboard of the next games very shortly. Oop, I was muted. Let's try that again. Hello, everybody. We are back. I'm SpanCargo. This is 6 Speed. How did you feel about that first game, 6 Speed?
It was interesting. Like we talked about, we saw the teams we wanted to see be able to get in those final circles. So it's very nice to see like a good variety, especially with the teams in the last game. I mean, we talked about in the pregame how mixed results have done a great job. Anime Thighs have done a great job, even though they were only a solo, able to make it in that, I believe, 4th or 5th place finish there. So picking up a couple placement points for them, and then just some solid rosters of No Cap and KEKW who have been putting a lot of kills on the board in recent events, just not able to get those placement points. So good on them for finishing 1st and 2nd.
Definitely. And there we go. We went on ahead and threw that leaderboard up on top. So you guys can go ahead and take a look at that after just one game. If you guys want to go take a look at this yourselves, to exclamation point leaderboard, especially if we want to see those player stats. But as of right now, I mean, Prizing goes to 4th place, and our top 4 teams are KEKW Kiers, No Cap, Mixed Results, and 300. But of course, only one game. We have 11 more games to go for finals. Let's take a look at our next plane path.
So pretty similar playing the last game. I mean, we got very south, just over Primorsk this time, going up towards Severny. So we will keep an eye down in that South Primorsk area. It doesn't look like Nightly are dropping out that way just yet. We also have a couple drop changes. As looks like some of the True Sight guys are going west on a quarry split, I believe. So I'm interested to see who's taking Severny and some of these other compounds now that some of these teams are moving around.
Yeah, I definitely saw in the chat a little bit that since there was some congestion, they seem to be kind of like just discussing terms and conditions for moving, which is pretty amusing in my opinion. It looks like some of these guys are already going ahead and doing so. As you can see, those guys are taking Primorsk. Nightly no longer there. Where are Nightly going instead? Let's go ahead and scroll. It looks like they're going for a more northern drop, extending towards Yasnaya, and no one's going Severny. That's where our other contestant was happening, and instead it looks like Elusive and Anime Thighs are going towards Zarky together.
Yeah, I was gonna say Span. So True Sight and Mixed Results. I believe it was Mixed Results. No, Step Bros. I'm sorry. True Sight and Step Bros were the teams that were contesting each other in Severny, and I thought they had kind of worked out that only one of them was gonna go there, but instead they actually both find themselves over next to Quarry. So once again, we're gonna see a little bit of beefing going on there. So as this first zone does pop, it's gonna center right around that Ferry Pier area. So it's not uncommon to see these zones actually shift over to Military Island, so we'll keep an eye on that.
It also looks like Anime Thighs and Elusive did in fact land in the same compound. Anime Thighs going on ahead and succeeding grabbing the vehicles, though. They did loot a little bit, so they have a little bit of guns, but they're going on ahead and leaving already. That means Elusive here will be able to take this compound, but they don't have a vehicle. They might be able to find one farther down these roads somewhere, but for now they are stuck there.
Yeah, so Knightley was actually able to like realize that Severny was completely free and that nobody had gone there. So they're doing a big 2-2 split from Severny and Yasnaya. So should be able to get themselves pretty looted up. And they'll be able to make some quicker rotations too. I'm not sure what they wanted to do last game with that hot drop on Primorsk, but they spent a lot of extra time in that city trying to fight it out with those guys. So I think you'll see that they have a much stronger game now. Unfortunately, dying to Gascans outside of blue in that phase 2 zone. So they'll look to find themselves an early rotate, I would think, on this east side somewhere. So very fortunate for them.
Yeah, they're going to be able to be away from a lot of people for it now. It also looks like, I mean, Gascans, they're all alone on Military Island. I don't think that's where the zone is going to go. I have a feeling that this is going to be a big field ending around where Head Kick is. So Gascans, it'll be interesting to see how long they stay down there. But for now, they should be happy, looting on up, not worrying about anything. The only thing they'll have to worry about eventually is the potential bridge camp. So, like, do you leave sooner or later in that kind of a situation, do you think?
I mean, from the Gascans' point of view, a very smart team. I think they'll realize that 300 likes to loot around that Ferry Pier area. So I think they'll be very cautious about crossing the bridge, whether it be early or late. We do tend to see 300 kind of get involved with a little bit of bridge camp action, at least for a minimal amount of time. So Grant actually getting a knock and flush on the Berry vibes. So good pickup for them early there. Is Jeppe is actually going to come over and trade that out with the SKS. Like we said, these two teams beefing early on in Severny in game 1, now getting into it again in game 2. So Jeppe definitely wants to get this flush here with everything that was going on in that first game.
Yeah, so a little bit of a mock running up and just flushing him out, going for the loot, but unfortunately, I mean, Jeppy was there and ready, so Gunga Grand is only going to be punished by that, but we can see Lamp a lot here, his teammate coming in for the revenge or the res. It'll be interesting to see what, and he is clad with a Tommy gun and an SKS. Let's go ahead and see if he's going to be able to do anything with that red dot Tommy.
Yeah, so Jeppe Aim slowly creeping up. Lampalot holding that angle from the warehouse. Jeppe is on the open of the street. They have spotted out one another. Some good shots from Lampalot, not taking any damage. Is forcing Jeppe to fall back. He does have some first aids to work with, so he's going to pop those off. And it looks like Lamp might try and get the res. Smokes are coming out, but the rest of True Sight now pulling up on the backside of the hill. Jeppe Aim is get his first aid off, so now they're going to start to remake this push, but Grant is bleeding out pretty quickly. Lampalot needs to make a move if we want to be able to get the res here.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going on ahead and risking it. I mean, the rest of Step Bro's teams are actually very far away, and luckily, since TrueSight is playing this very cautiously, they're going to be fine doing that for now. I mean, it looks like TrueSight already realizing that it's not worth it. They're going on ahead, backing up into the vehicle, and they're just deciding to get out of there. I mean, there is a time where you're just like, is this fight really worth it? Should we really push this, or should we go on ahead and prioritize ourselves and our zone? And it looks like TrueSight decided that that fight was, in fact, not worth it. I mean, we could see the Dark Dreams for Step Bros were so far away, so that's definitely a fight that they could have taken, but definitely not wanting to risk it.
Yeah, unfortunately, True Sight just not able to get that point onto Grant there. So they do get the res just in time. A lot of these teams starting to make central rotations now. So I do think we are going to see Gascans just hold that military island on the off chance that it does go down there. I mean, it's not like it's super, super uncommon. We have seen the circle shift that way quite a bit. 300 to move themselves into that compound just northwest of the bridge. And now it looks like those guys are trying to find their way in over there as well.
Yeah, no cap on their own rotation as well, being shot up by Step Bros as they're going on ahead, making the rotation directly above Corey, but they're going to be fine as they get up onto our Llama Hill here. I mean, I really do think that 300 have the best position in this zone so far. We can see a lot of these teams are still far outside, still making their way in, and it looks like Tactical 8 and Nightly Esports almost ran into each other. Nightly Esports stopping at Hackerman for a little bit, and Tactical 8 just continuing out that rotation towards Potato Hill. This is where a lot of these guys are definitely going to be rolling up on each other, especially because, I mean, the whole, like, bottom third of this zone, nobody wants to play on. No one wants to cross this bridge here. It's only going to be Gascans for a while before they decide to move. Everybody else, they're going to need to find places to play. And, I mean, there should be just enough spaces, but it's just a matter of making those rotations without losing anybody and then finding them.
Yeah, so we do see TA. They didn't really get in that engagement with Knightley, so they are able to make a pretty easy rotate in his zone, getting on the east side. Does look like Gascans are going to opt to wait. They do have Adam holding on that southern coast there, so look to see and wait for the zone shift before they make a solid movement there. True Sight now just finally making that northwest push over into the compound on the southwest side. So we look to see what they decide to do, but there's going to be a lot of congestion on this west side. I mean, you do have Step Bros now starting to make their rotation into the forest just to the north of True Sight. So a lot going on in these early game circles. T8 actually has popped some shots off with SDR over on that east side. So we can take a look over there. As it looks like Steezy might be starting to make a crash here.
Yeah, it looks like Zealot getting a really nice shot onto Akita Lol over there. And, yep, Glucose Father's DZ now making the crash. Looks like Innate already went on ahead and moved to the next building to try to get that res. But, I mean, Glucose Father, he's unaware of that, so he's going to go on ahead and wait for a little bit as his teammate William goes on ahead and meets up with him. We can see in the distance the rest of SDR already going on ahead and making this re-crash, wanting to make sure that he's going to be able to check the team. Zealot looks like he's trying to play from afar for a little bit, so right now it's going to be a 4v3 situation for them, especially as they're getting this res right now. Ooh, they ended up shooting out the door. I don't think they realized the res is still happening currently, but it's not like Tactical 8 can really do anything here. It's really hard to play on two buildings.
Yeah, so Enraged Zealot, pull and bin, it is going to be that 4v4 they were looking for. Enraged Zealot with a good off angle now, so we'll see if he can make a connection over on that side. But I do think T8 and SDR would just kind of be at a standstill for the time being for quite a bit. So We'll keep an eye on them. We did have some shots going off between Step Bros and I believe it was No Cap. So some damage coming out on each of them, but Step Bro is able to pick up an early kill. And now looks like Elusive's starting to get involved with this tacking. They are pulling up on that southern coast over by the rocks.
Seems like they're just trying to go make a move to see somewhere to play, but Tactically, after realizing that they're kind of getting surrounded, are deciding that they don't want to be here anymore. They're going to go on ahead and move off of this. There we go. Zealot also grabbing his vehicle, making a move. SDR definitely taking those shots, but it seems like they want to go on ahead and take some of those hills to play off of. So now SDR, you know, they went on ahead and they moved from their second position. They did have a 2-2 split going on. They moved from a second position to go take the site, and then almost immediately Tactically just went on ahead and left it. And as we can see, they actually went and took their previous spot. So Tactical 8 doing the old bait and switch, I guess, here. But the zone about to close once again is actually closing around that field, like mentioned, around where a fight is currently happening. We can see one of the KEKW is getting a kill onto one of the mixed results members as they're making a rotation. So now retaliative with that 1 point. They're going to go on ahead, grab their vehicles, make a rotation back to where they want to play. And mixed results have to go on ahead and try and find something to play inside all of these fields. They could potentially already be setting up onto some of these shacks here in the center.
Yeah, so like you said, a good play on T8 to kind of backfill that compound that they force SDR to lead, but unfortunately the zone just pulling so far west that they're going to be forced to make another movement. So a lot of sprays coming out from Step Bros here on the mixed results, but really just not able to land any shots just quite yet.
Looks
And
like...
you do have... Go ahead, Span.
Oh, I was going to say, it looks like 300 also doing some damage onto Step Bros as they're trying to go on ahead and shoot those guys off. So 300, they're just wanting to be involved in everything since they're in that center compound. It also looks like Tactical 8 went on ahead and made a rotation up to the northern side of their space. Because, I mean, where else are they going to be able to play? They're outside of this zone. And as you can see from looking at the overall map, everything else is already basically taken.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Gascans did a good job of getting Honey Badger and Adam across that bridge early, so they have an anchor position for the rest of their team to get across the bridge. So it does look like we have mixed results pulling up on that west side with No Cap. We could get a look into that and see what's going to happen over here.
Yeah, looks like Ploob is already taking this one story. Spawning out crazy. Will, in fact, get the knock onto him using that barrel, and he already knows that Patron is there since he pulled on up in that buggy. Instantly tried to go on ahead and get an angle onto him, but he can't quite see him. He is, in fact, trying to hold some sort of an angle from that other building, but now he's going to go on ahead and play a little bit of the safer option once more. But Darth, that nade not going to do anything. Already getting the res on the crazy.
Yeah, and while that was happening, Elusive actually made a pull up on a T8's dip, and T8 able to pick up 3 quick kills there. Now Sociopath's just the last player remaining for them. So very good on them. No Cap and mixed results still in that engagement. Nutters have actually pulled up on that hill just above them, so we could start to see a lot of shots popping off between these teams. As Ploop's still trying to hold that angle on a Patron, but now his other teammates are getting in that engagement with Nutters up on that top hill.
Ooh, there we go. Ploob going for a little bit more of a barrel spray onto Patron. Unfortunately, not quite going to catch it. You can see Patron's trying to retaliate with some utility. Spotting out his head once more. Not quite getting it. Oh, come on. He keeps spotting him out. Just not being able to get anything. 20 bullets left, and looks like he's going to go on ahead back up off of that. He can't continue to hold that angle for so long. And Patron at this point, I mean, his armor is still fine, but there we go. Him finally spotting out Ploob with that M4. He will, in fact, get the knock. So that means all that's left inside of this compound are mixed results members, and that means Sigsy and Menox from above for No Cap are the last 2 alive. Definitely aren't going to be able to go and get that res onto Ploob.
Yeah, Span, if we could take a quick look up to that far northeast, we have a Lost Reality and Anime Thighs starting to make an engagement now. So Lost Reality do have 2 knocks. It's just Dahoshi left trying to fight off this push. Dahoshi getting a great knock on a culture there. Anime Thighs pushing in. Michael getting some shots, but ultimately T8 stealing away that last kill. So Lost Reality going to be the first team out here. T8 grabbing this off is a good point. I do think Anime Thighs will be able to get their reses off here as this next zone pops.
Yeah, it's only phase 2, phase 3 damage, so they should be able to go on ahead and get those reses, and then from there, they're going to have to continue in to figure out where they can play. And I mean, everybody else after this zone popping, just centering on up here, have to figure out where they're going to go. And we can see that for Gascans, it looks like they're still split. Honey Badger all the way down here, kind of playing right up against those guys, and his teammate directly to his east, Oldless, is playing this gas station right below Sociopath, the last one up for S1. So be interesting to see where exactly the rest of Gascans go and decide to play on this. But as we can see, everybody else now making those rotations in. Let's see what they're gonna do now. Will Mixed Results going ahead and play those shacks in the middle of the field is the question. It kind of looks like that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, while they're making their rotation, No Cap's last 2 members actually pulled up on KEKW's compound, so they got eliminated in 15th place now. Nutter's on that top hill, throwing out a lot of third-party shots. Crazy is able to make it to that shack. Does look like Darth's going to keep sending it to the north of him to get into the next one, so I'm curious to see if Patron is going to share a shack with him, or if he's going to try and find his own position here. You're going to have Sociopath also just to the north of him, looking like he's going to make himself into another shack. So a lot of small portion teams remaining, trying to find themselves every little position that they can to get themselves in the zone and have a chance to get them some placement points.
Yeah, it looks like the last member of Elusive was pushed off as Oldest from Gascans went ahead and pushed into his building, and he knows that he's a solo. He wants to go try and play the center of the zone in his own shack for a while. Hopefully he'll be able to pick up some placement points. Leaving too late could mean that everybody will be grouped up enough to punish that. And as you can see, I mean, even Animate guys, they're trying to go out, trying to reach out, see what else they can play, and unfortunately they're not going to be successful. Ended up going on back and playing back at these 1 stories. Super damaged right above headphones. I mean, I think that's where they're going to have to play for now until this next zone shift, because I mean, they're completely surrounded by other teams here.
Yeah, I think we're going to see in this next zone, if it shifts to the east, we might start to see a couple crashes come out. I mean, we have 47 people still alive in this phase 3 zone, so quite a small circle for all these teams to be playing in. I mean, realistically, you only have about 4 strong compounds in circle for 14 teams, so very difficult place to play with not a lot of terrain, especially with all these fields. I mean, you see T8 playing in the very center with nothing really more than a shack and a little bit of ridge to work with. So Gascans finally making their way in on that southeast side. Honey Badger has been playing right next to those guys just about the entire time. So I don't know if those guys have any idea that they're there, but the rest of Gascans looking like they're going to start to make a pull up.
He's probably hoping, yeah, I was gonna say probably hoping the Honey Badger is gonna go on ahead and get some sneaky knocks onto them as they drive by. It was a little bit of a bait, and it looks like it is successful for one of them so far. Honey Badger now trying to make a rotation to get another one. There we go, spotting out flags. They aren't aware of where they are. That means it's just 2 left for those guys, and the rest of Gascans have already come over to help out. A nice knock and a 1 more, and Honey Badger getting all 4 of them. 4 kills for Honey Badger, just eliminating those guys. That was very well played by him. I mean, the entire time he was playing underneath their ridge, probably figuring out exactly where they are, how many, and then a little bit of a distraction from his teammates is all he needed for him to be able to go on ahead and push up. And it looks like they're not done. The rest of the Gascans are spotting out True Sight as they're making their push on over.
Yeah, True Sight started to make their push, but Oldless had spotted out Zolmox, getting a quick knock onto him. Now Oldless also getting a knock onto Arson, so the Gascans might even try and push onto this. Jeppe just immediately getting that res on a Zolmox, but Oldless with the follow-up nade, gonna get the re-knock. So it is just gonna be Jeppe, the last player remaining. Spray's gonna come out, and Oldless is gonna clean up that as well. I mean, I'm sorry, Adam's going to clean that up. So Gascans grabbing themselves another 3 points, a strong back-to-back 7 points here going into this next circle. So they do have SDR just to the northeast of them who might try and hold them out as the zone has shifted northeast. So like I was saying, Span, I think we're going to start to see a couple crashes coming out here. There's really not much place to play in this zone.
Yeah, you can see San Diego Rarity definitely poising themselves, getting ready for Gascans to try and make a move. The rest of these guys have to make some sort of ascend, and I think that's exactly why there's some fighting happening on the edges here. I mean, Step Rose versus Nutters right now. Looks like Lampalon, Gungai, Gran are out, and he's just down to Dark Dreams, the Evolution, and Jams and Soup, by the way. Oh, and Ripper for Nutters. It does seem like they're kind of running away because this is phase 4, and it hurts. Evolution going ahead, taking that bike. Will take some damage from Jam as he's driving away, but cutting off that line of sight, he will escape and meet up with his teammate Dark Dreams. Unfortunately, still not inside the zone, so it might just be a little bit of a pickup and a go for them. The rest of these guys, Jam down, Soup getting in the vehicle. Oh, why are you leaving him? On his own like this, I definitely feel like trying to play together, especially because of this phase 4 damage, might be smart. But if they have enough meds, they will be fine. It also looks like on the southern side, Gascans were in fact forced to push into San Diego Rarity. Looks like they only got one knock on a Gwen Stacy, and then were taken out. And 300, I mean, we know 300 and how they like to play. They like playing aggressively. They hear the fighting, they want to capitalize off of it. It does look like they are being shot at a little bit by mixed results in the distance, though. So will they continue to push on this aggressively?
Great spray coming out from Via. He did take a lot of damage, but able to get that knock and flush on the N8. They are going to fall away from this now just a little bit as they are kind of hurt. Neferhor, the only player in that engagement sitting at full HP. So Lucid is still trying to make it in zone. I Love Gwen Stacy is going to bleed out. So there's just going to be 2 up for SDR remaining as they push over onto 300. Voxic taking some shots from far from mixed results, but just able to sneak into the compound. A lot of third-party fire coming from one another. It's like we said, it's just a lot of empty field. Anime Thighs now look like they're about to make a crash over onto 300's compound. So a good pull-up from Fudge. 300 are going to be sandwiched here between these two teams, and Anime Thighs have basically crashed for free here.
Yep, it looks like they really want this position, so now they all successfully, except for Refray gotten inside, actually being taken out by Weum. It's kind of interesting. Will they go on ahead and take this a little bit passively, or are they going to push this aggressively? I mean, now they're not as strong as they once were when they made this decision, and it looks like they're pretty content with their one building inside of zone so far. I mean, where else were they going to be able to go? And it looks like 300 also don't want to go on ahead and make that aggressive push onto that one story for now. Ooh.
Yeah, SDR is starting to make a rotation on the south side. What you're looking at now is mixed results, and Nutters try to take over that that shack, but the Molotov from Soup knocking Patron as Soup got knocked from far, so they are going to be able to pick up that kill. It's now San Diego Rarity starting to make that rotate, like we said. Akita, the last member remaining, going to try and find a central send here, but I don't know how much is left to play with in the middle of this zone. It looks like he's going to opt to pull up to a Haydale and kind of get out in prone here. That engagement with 300 and Enemy Thighs really taking off now.
Yeah, it looks like so far it's just Neferhor down for 300. Still trying to go ahead and spot these other guys out. They definitely can hear them. I think they ended up doing some damage to them, taking down at least... Nope, all of them are in fact still up here. Let's actually go on ahead and jump into Anime Thighs comms right now as they fight this fight.
I'll come off inside the room. Huge. Pushing in front door right now. Coming upstairs.
Knock. I have to heal him.
In our room behind us.
Heard.
Outside.
I'm
Outside
outside.
northeast.
He's headshot.
Where's he at?
Drop. Right side building. Come with me.
Just trade him,
I'm
just trade him,
with you.
Nice.
Dead.
So good. Holy fuck.
Very well played for Anime Thighs on that. It seems like they were the ones that went on ahead and succeeded in that fight versus 300. They have that compound. It's just on the edge of this zone. The next one should have, in fact, be able to take it out, but they no longer have to worry about anybody on this side. And we can see another big team. I mean, all 4 of their members still up are now trying to get in on the north. We can see Sociopath, the last one up for S1, is super low HP. We're down to 8 teams left.
Yeah, they're trying to get some utility in that shack from far, but just couldn't quite connect it in those tiny little windows. So they are pulling up on the shack now, but a good molly from Angelo Manhardy is going to get that flush onto Elusive. So that's going to be them going out in 8th place. Manhardy getting knocked from far from Destinator, but it does look like they'll be able to get some smokes off and get these reses. So one eye open should be okay going in this next zone, as it has shifted far to the north. So very unlucky for them, or for Anime Thighs, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they just went on ahead and fought for that position. It did in fact shift away, but they're still 3 up with some kills now. They do have to deal with both Tactical 8 and One Eye. A bunch of these guys trying to now they're holding inside of this zone, and we can even see that Nitrogen for KEKW Gears are even in a little bit of a pickle, trying to make a rotation. Nutter's just shooting him off. He basically doesn't have a helmet, 24 HP, and it looks like he's just gonna have to stop in the field to go on ahead and heal on up. It doesn't look like his vehicle has that much left to be able to take him anywhere else. We can also see that the last member from SDR is in the field too, so all of the solos in the field. We can see Michael end up spotting out Nitrogen for KEKW Gears. Just one more bullet is going to be able to take him down. He's around 5 HP, and it seems like he's going to be able to make it. Michael now having to go on ahead, focus on grabbing a vehicle and going somewhere else. Nitrogen stopping on this rock in the middle of the zone could in fact be very dangerous, but it seems like he's going to be fine for now. Needs to get those heals off again before he just gets one tapped. And it seems like they're going to actually spot out the solo from SDR first.
Yeah, Michael made a great drive-by over there to get that last kill on the SDR. So Culture getting knocked from far by Dark Dreams. So I think he'll be able to get res by Fudge here. Nitrogen, like you said, just playing that rock in the middle of the zone. Not a great cover line to play with. He is going to make a sprint for that shack. So very risky play, but able to get himself a little bit of better cover over there. So good on him to be able to make that run.
And he's going to find a helmet and replenish his vest because both of those are inside of that shack there. So, I mean, that is a breakable fence. If anybody thinks that there's a solo, they should just try and go run it over. But at this point in this game, all these vehicles are people's hardcovers. So honestly, I don't think there are many vehicles that are still usable. So I think he's probably safe in that breakable shack. And it looks like Tactical 8 now, they're just inside zone, are probably going on and shifting their focus to Anime Thighs just outside of zone. But first have to take out One Eye that are peeking a little bit too much. It's just down to 1 up there, but they're not going to make any sort of hard crash onto it. Ooh.
It does look like Nutters started to make their way on a crash towards Step Bros, but Soup getting picked up and stolen by Destinator. So really good job of T8 to get another point for their team. Zuki is able to get the res on Angelo Monhardy, and now Anime Thighs are getting some shots over on the Step Bros team. So just so much third-party fighting going on here with the open zone and not a lot of hard cover. So, and Ray Zealot has spread out on that southwest side, looking to get some angles with them. And this is just absolutely crazy. All the fights that are going on right now, Span.
Yeah, so it looks like there's seriously only 2 people inside of this zone. 2 people inside the zone. One is Nitrogen for KEKW Gears, and the other is Angelo Monhardy for One Eye Open. I mean, One Eye Open will continue to be able to play on that northern side, but all these guys that are playing the edge with barely any hard cover, they only have a field to try and play for. So it looks like a lot of death is going to happen on the southern side here. Everybody who has a nice stuck position should be able to go and capitalize on this. I wouldn't be surprised if One Eye starts taking a little bit more of an aggressive stance to try and catch these people out. But for now, I think Anime Thighs have in fact realized, like, hey, we need to move very shortly. But before we do that, we're going to try and get some of these kills on these guys that are going to be holding us out and shooting at us as we make it. So it looks like, unfortunately, Culture will be taken down as he's peeking onto Step Bros. And these other guys, unable to get the res, are now just trying to figure out where to go. Just run over the shack. Run it over, Michael. You can do it. It looks like Michael instead wants to try and play this as hard cover. Little does he know that there's someone inside that shack there. Oh, and the shot's coming out. KEKW here doing a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter. Michael with that barrel will get the headshot on the Nitrogen. He only had a 1 helm, so he wins that, and KEKW Keers are out. We can see that Michael is now the last one up for Anime Thigh Zone. In the distance, we can hear a lot of bombs being pelted down on Enraged Zealot Tactical 8 that tried to play something with that vehicle rotation towards One Eye.
Yeah, unfortunately for Anime Thighs, Michael getting in that shack is now just the last member of their team remaining. Step Bros on the north side, able to knock out Nutters in 5th, excuse me. So a lot of these teams, I would say the T8 has the strongest position right now, as Destinator has a fairly central position with a hay bale and a car to play with. So Step Bros having a hard time trying to get in. So great shots coming out from Steezy, able to get the flush on his Step Bros there with the help of Michael. So now it's just 3 teams remaining as T8 are going to look to take out that solo on that southwest side.
It It looks like Destinator is very suspicious of it, going for a little bit of a spray, using that barrel, trying to break it, but not able to go ahead and spot him out. It looks like Michael is kind of helping out, though. I mean, getting a knock on Angelo Rarity. Destinator doesn't want anything to do with him, though. There we go, a nice headshot onto him. He's about 1 HP, continuing to try and break the cover, and because of that, Richie B is going to spot him out, meaning it's just down to Tactical 8 and One Eye left. You can see with this zone shift, it once again went towards One Eye. And I mean, it's just a matter of time. I mean, Destinator and Glucose Father, they have to make a rotation in. It does seem like they have vehicles, but they need to be careful on it. They have to use their smoke to be able to go on ahead, grab their vehicles, make a rotation. I do think that they're able to play right under this ridge if they get there first before One Eye moves out.
Yeah, if they're able to get in their vehicles and get in and move before being shot out of them, they have a great position right about where that rock is, just on the southwest side of the hill. So we're going to see Steezy, Glucose Father, starting to make his way over there, making that long rotation. Angelo Monhardy is able to get the flush on a William as he finally bleeds his way out, but Glucose Father doing a great job pulling up on that rock. Like we said, coming in a little hot, but is looking to get aggressive on this and peek over and try and get some shots on a One Eye here.
He wants to make sure that these guys can't move from where they are. Destinator is still trying to do his best inside of this field. I mean, it seems like he has the majority of their attention. Here we go, a little bit of a nade action from it as well. Unfortunately, cooked a little bit too much, and I think One Eye has now realized that he made that big rotation. The next nade, once again, not getting it down, only doing a little bit of damage, and Glucose Father now having to play a little bit more carefully since they're playing so split on this.
Yeah, Glucose Father trying to get that high ground now. He still has some great angles to work with on here, over here on One Eye. Destinator opting not to move. A great spray coming out from him, but Angelo Monhardy immediately going to trade back some damage. So it looks like Zuki's now going to try and get aggressive on this as he knows that Glucose Father's low. M4 with the red dot, only 13 bullets in his clip, so he has to make sure he hit these. But Destinator's going to throw some third-party shots off the car. And now Glucose Father, he's going to call out the damage that's been made, and Glucose Father's going to be able to peek up and get that knock. So it's now just going to be a 2v2. Glucose Father should be able to prone out, get this first aid off, and look to continue this push.
Destinator's in a really bad position here. He's completely outside of zone. You can see with this next one, this is in fact the last circle, so we'll be pushing in Destinator the most stress is put onto him, and it's a really big position that Glucose Father is in. He has to go on ahead and try and help out his teammate on this, and I think he will be shortly. I think this might call for some comms though, as Richie B actually gets the down into Destinator, so maybe that is in fact it. We might see the end very shortly here. It's now just down to a 1v1, so no comms actually are going to be being said, as both these guys need to try and hear the best of their ability. Richie B about below half HP versus Glucose Father, now taking down a half HP from that nade. You can see that he doesn't have any more offensive util left, just some stuns and smokes. He's currently using one of his first aids to heal on up. I don't know why Richie B hasn't quite yet, and there's our answer. He has no meds. He is forever stuck at 32 HP with barely any helmet and no vest.
Yeah, so this fight is looking like it's going to be in Glucose Father favor. Spray coming out here, not able to quite land, but there it is, picking up that last kill, and T8 with a very strong win, strong showing with 11 kills.
That was very nicely played for them. I mean, they knew when to disengage and prioritize zone. They knew a place to play inside zone that was very hard to play on the northern side of that compound that 300 had for the longest time, just playing those ridges. They were able to keep their vehicles alive. None of their tires were pops. And because of that, they could just make the rotation just into that field. Those endings loved those fields, and they were able to find those positions. And, I mean, that was just an amazing play by Glucose Father at the end, being able to make that rotation up the hill and then win a 3v2 situation there. So very well played by them, a 21-point game, and that means we're done with Erangel for now. That means we're going to Miramar for 2 more games before going back to Erangel for our last 2. We'll be back very shortly, y'all. Hello, everybody. It's 6 Speed and What was I about to say? What was I about to say? SpanCargo. I don't even know my own name. But so we're down 2 games. They're both on Erangel. We have 2 Miramar left, and then we have 2 more Erangel. Let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard though really quickly. And with that, we can see that our top 4 teams currently Tactical 8 in first after that win with 25 total points. Right behind them is KEKW Kiers with 24 points, and Maythai is in third with 19. And When I Open in fourth also with 19 points. They both have 10 kills as well. So that's actually a tie. Like that's a tie. But I mean, so much can happen in just one game, and so far it seems like all these guys are still like right on top of each other. Wouldn't you say so, 6Speed?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, like we said, we expected this to be a close set of matches. So I'm really happy to see TA come out with a strong win there. So like you said in the beginning, it's just the skill gap of these teams is so tight that like really, I mean, especially with the zones hard shifting as much as they do, it's really just anybody's game. So it's nice to see as opposed to one team stacking on the top end of the lobby and the other team just kind of being mixed around the middle.
Yeah, and okay, I think I said this once already, but if you guys want to take a look at this, do exclamation point leaderboard, take a look at the scores, the stats, and let's get into our first Miramar game of today. Look at that plane path. It's not terrible. It's starting in the center up there by Tori, and then it goes on ahead, veers off to the west, and ends on Valdemar. That just makes it so that a lot of these guys who play far to the east can't go to their usual drops. So no Los Leones unless they go on ahead, stretch for it, grab vehicles, and travel. No Puerto Paraiso, definitely, but still a very good plane path, I'd say, for a first one here in the deserts.
Yeah, Miramar is always interesting too. It's a lot of long range fights that you take on. So even if you can't find your normal compounds, it's usually, I mean, you're going to be able to find somewhere to loot. You're going to be able to find a lot of small ridges to play with. So some strong teams here be able to make it happen. So was taking a look up on the northeast side. You do have SDR landing pretty close to mixed results up there, but it does look like mixed results are going to leave and go towards TR Branca or Campo Militar. But other than that, not a whole lot of congestion going on as we do have this first zone pop down there in the southwest side of this map.
Yeah, we can see it's definitely a really nice position for both of our teams, 300 and Tactically. They go to the spots that they love to go. I mean, these are their spots. 300 always Monty, Tac 8 always Chumacera, and I mean, there are still a few teams that are around them, but I think they do pretty much have the most prio, so it will be interesting to see where they decide is the best spot for them to choose for this zone. Honestly, just looking at it right now, I don't quite have a guess just yet where it's going to go. Right when that second circle pops, definitely have a little bit of a clearer position, but everybody that are super far away, especially mixed results, they're going to have a time making a rotation into this.
Yeah, we see Gascans running that huge split that we talk about. Unfortunately, they are going to have to make a pretty big rotation in the zone, so they're not going to capitalize with those early kill points unless some of those true sight or no cap players are just stretching out a little bit too far, pretty close to them. So you do have also those guys up on the northwest in Cabrera, not taking their normal drop of Los Leones. So Nutters are down there. I wonder if we'll see some Nutters and those guys' engagements here if we see a plane in the next game that's pretty favorable to them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these guys are going to start making some wide rotations, and they're probably going to be able to go right on in. It does look like Lost Reality are kind of condensing, interestingly, over further to the east. They were a little bit more spread out, and now you can see that one of the Tactical 8 members up on Church is actually trying to punish them for grabbing that vehicle, but luckily for them, they are going to be able to get away. Zealot kind of cutting off some sight lines. Oh, did he pop a tire there?
Now, just a little bit of damage onto it, but not quite getting the full pop. So they're still getting a lot of shots off towards their direction, but
And there goes some damage as well. We can see LR trying to go on ahead and shoot them off as they make that rotation. But on this, they need to be careful because we can see in the distance the One Eye Open is now leaving Picado. It doesn't seem like they're going to be running into each other just yet, but definitely something to keep in mind in a situation like this, especially because the vehicle, I mean, it's a little bit damaged. Right when one tire goes out, though, that means that you're spinning out all over the place. Everybody will have more of a chance to do some damage to you as you slow down, and it's definitely not a fun time to lose a tire when you spin out.
Yeah, especially on Miramar too. Vehicles can be so critical, especially a lot of time when you're coming into that late game and you really need those vehicles to provide a lot of cover. So even losing just one tire could be the difference between you being able to take your vehicle or not, trying to get it up those steep hills.
It looks like Elusive also trying to do a little bit of recon with some vehicle scouting. Ended up pulling kind of close to Tio Rex from Lost Reality, but they're going to successfully get that split 4. Now, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to travel up any further because we can see in the distance that One Eye are actually coming close to this position on this brick building. And if that's the case, that means that Lost Reality aren't going to have access to this hill, and that is really what's so strong about this building. That access up to this hill to be able to see to the south, to the southwest, and so on. And I mean, the high ground, definitely a better position to be in.
Yeah, and it does look like Lost Reality is actually making a foot push up towards Delta now. So it's a very interesting push from them. I wonder if they realize that Delta is kind of singled out here, but Stone Storm and Mitchie Boy just slowly creep walking out. Delta is actually going to come out of the compound, and a good spray from Stone Storm, able to quick up a quick knock and flush onto them. So none of the One Eye Open players able to be close enough to provide any support for Delta there. So Lost Reality is going to get a free occupancy on this brick building now.
I will say I'm kind of surprised that he went there all by himself, especially because they definitely saw people making rotations around them. So now that means Lost Reality has that position, and it does seem like they're kind of driving really close. I'm kind of concerned, and yeah, they drove too close. Zuki Boy also being taken down. It's just down to Richie B and Angela Manhardy, and it looks like Richie B is actually deciding to be a little bit aggressive after knocks onto Dahoshi and Mitchie Boy come out here.
Yeah, Mitchie Boy had a great spray onto the back of Zuki Boy on the back of that buggy, but now Stone Storm, just the last member of Lost Reality in this compound with them, wants to make something happen here. Is Richie B starting to push his way in? So let's see what kind of angles they're holding. Richie B slowly creep walking around. Stone Storm's gonna be on the other side. A great knock coming out from him. So good on Richie B to clean that up, and they'll take this compound back. As Tio is just gonna be all by his lonesome in the Longhouse compound to the north there. So Via actually peeking up over and stealing that knock on a Midgie Boy just very quickly right before he bleeds out. So unfortunate for them. Very good job. And like we talked about, 300 likes to run these huge splits, and it pays off for them. Able to get a quick point here as now Elusive starts to make their way into the center of the circle.
Yeah, it looks like everybody just wants these few areas. It looks like 300 did in fact make a huge split around the Ladriera area. I'm a little bit worried for Viha. You can see he's trying to actually get a knock onto Yuso Ugly as well. A flush onto Yusugo, really, I should say. And Sociopath is also in that smoke. It seems like he was shot out of that vehicle. He stopped to try to help out his teammate and get the res, but it looks like it's just going to go on ahead and results in Elusive also joining the 2-person squad group.
And so a lot of shots coming back and forth between these teams. I mean, 300 has a great little split here. Good knock for head kick to pick up there with Sociopath just in the middle. I wonder if this smoke will dissipate and Tio can steal this away. He is starting to push out in that direction, trying to capitalize on this, but shots are starting to come out from far from 300. So I wonder if they'll be able to pick off this Lost Reality member as Tio pushes his way.
Oh, unfortunately, he isn't able to go on ahead and spot out before 300 is going to flush it. And because of that, Viha with that SKS is going to be able to spot him out. And Lost Reality will be out for this game in 16th place. We can see there's still 55 people alive. A lot more crashing actually coming into play as Sigsy is going to crash onto this compound that TrueSight is already occupying. The majority of TrueSight are already here. It looks like they're actually deciding that they don't want to beat Crash. Barry Vibes and Zolmox trying to get away. Looks like Barry is going to be a little bit successful getting away and getting into the stables, but now Zolmox there needing help to get out since his vehicle is currently stuck in the middle of the compound. We'll jump on in, getting away for now. You can see Adam is wholeheartedly running, trying to do something about it, but somebody from the south is shooting at him, so he won't be able to go on ahead and make an aggressive push to see if he can do some damage.
Yeah, it's a very good play by TrueSight there to be able to pick up their teammate and get out of that. So props to them to be able to stay up a full 4-man as they realized it wasn't that crash that they wanted to make. So Nightly has made themselves in on that far west side, just playing pretty close to Step Bros there. SDR now making their rotation in on that far northwest corner. Mixed results, and Gascans also going to come in on that east and northeast side. So Would look to see where the zone pops. It's still got about a minute to close, but a lot of these teams starting to take these strong center positions early. So it's been very interesting to see the splits that everybody's been holding.
It definitely is. I mean, all these guys know about where this is going to go. It's probably going to go on ahead and end around this La Driera Chuma area. I mean, it also loves this road. It's honestly a lot of space. Don't quite know until the next zone pop, but everybody now, all the late circle joiners, Mixture Zolts, Gascans, and SDR are now in, and they're ready to go for a little bit of a scout before the zone pops. But I mean, that's the advantage of waiting for a little bit. While everybody else is fighting, getting eliminated in, 16th place, they're fully healed, fully meted and armored up, and they can just come on in towards the end right as zones popping and just take whatever with full utility and everything. And that's the advantage of coming in late. Sure, you don't get prio on a center zone compound, but you don't have to worry about losing people on rotation, but you might not get as many kills.
Yeah, so this zone is going to pop here, and it is going to center up. It is going to go slightly north of Chuma and La Driera, though, so we might see this this circle with a field ending around that rainbow compound that's just slightly off to the northwest there. KEKW starting to make an early rotation over here towards that warehouse just to the west of the big mountains. You have those guys on the top northwest side that they were fighting with, so they're looking to backfill those ridges that KEKW is playing, but the real story is going to be all these teams to the south. So Gascans making their way in, Nutters, you got Nightly and SDR on the west side. So TA running a huge split over Chumacera, going to have a lot of sight lines onto this. And now True Sight is starting to send their way into the middle of the zone.
Luckily for them, that compound is in fact open, especially from all the carnage that we saw there earlier, so they're going to have a really nice find in the center there. Right now, they're kind of doing a 2-2 split, it seems like, with the compound further to the east. Hopefully, they're going to condense on that because I'd be a little bit worried. And it does, in fact, look like they're making that drive over there. But let's go ahead and take a look at Guadalajara Gascans. They're your projected winners here. They're going up to church right now, probably to go on ahead and get a little bit of a scout in. Ooh, Honey Badger, be careful. Going for some stunt tricks using that bike. But from here, they're going to be able to try and scout and see what they can play. And I mean, the closest people to them that could do some damage is Anime Thighs. Anime Thighs definitely not a team that I'd want to mess with, but they seem very spread out. Gascans seem very condensed. You know how that usually goes. A bunch of 1v4 situations, but they're just inside zone, so they might not do anything quite drastic yet.
So I would keep an eye on Honey Badger's position, though, as Honey Badger is taking these ridges out on this east here, so he's going to look to get some sightlines on this team. Fudge is picking himself up a crate, so able to get himself some 3 gear, and I believe it was a Groza that was in there, so Honey Badger looking to see him as he rotates back towards that compound, but Michael and Refray just kind of sitting by themselves as Nico's to the south is starting to peek his way over. One more ridge, and he should be able to spot it out. They're going to shoot out towards Honey Badger, doing a lot of damage, and now Nikos is going to be here to look, but Sigsy getting a good third party onto Michael. Nade's going to come out from Nikos. It is going to fly over there, so Added able to get that flush, and Refray is going to be forced back, but he is going to hear this nade out as now Nikos looking to push over and get the finish here on these Anime Thighs members.
Yeah, looks like now Gascans are now taking the opportunity to go on ahead and surround Refray. I mean, Fudge is too far away to be able to do anything. He unfortunately wasn't able to spot out Honey Badger making a rotation down the hill because of that tree that was blocking his line of sight. And now Refray in the fight for his life, trying to get a spray onto Nikos, deciding to use some util to help him out. Spotting him at that tree, he's going to do some damage, but Nikos has the hard cover with that tree. And because of that, he gets to control the peaks, and Refray is out. That means Anime Thighs, they started off the game as a 3-man. Interestingly, but now it's just down to Fudge, currently far away towards the north, and it looks like that is where he's going to decide to live for now, probably hoping that Gascans aren't going to be aggressive on him. But I mean, knowing Gascans, it's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, I think whenever you're talking about a gas cans and aggression, it's never out of the picture with one another, regardless of how many players or points that they have. So it is interesting to watch the play style that they have, regardless of what's going on, trying to grab as many kill points as they can as they make their way into the end zone. So just a great job on them to be able to clean up that fight, a good spread that they had. Unlucky for No Cap to get involved with that third party, kind of making that fight a little bit easier for them. As they're now going to have to make another far rotation as the zone makes an odd shift to the hard southwest above La Driera.
Yeah, looks like 300 are definitely in a happy position. You can see the members that were on the lower position instantly driving towards Viha and Neferhor up there. This is the time to condense. I love to see it, honestly. Like, 2-2 splits, they're so good, but what is honestly like a pet peeve to me at this point is when teams don't know when to condense. Like, that time period is so important. Like, you need to leave and meet up with the rest of your team that's in the better position before anybody goes on ahead and makes a move onto you. Because what you don't want is a 4-man without anywhere else to go just crashing on 2 of you and taking advantage of that. And it looks like KEKW is watching that, will actually go on ahead and back them up. The rest of them also trying to make a little bit of a leave or trying to spray out mixed results, as they're also going to go on ahead and backfill them in rainbows. So a bunch of backfillings. Like, see, that could have gone completely wrong for them if they got cut out as a 2-2-man, as a 2-man there.
Yeah, Fudge making an odd rotation for Anime Thighs, going all the way up north above the mountains by Power Grid, trying to make his way in on this north side of zone. So mixed results, like you were saying, backfilling KEKW, able to get in on that northeast compound at the Rainbows. Those guys just now made it on the edge of Monte, taking a lot of crossfire shots from SCR. And Honey Badger and the rest of Gascans are going to try and make their way in on that southeast side. They're going to be running into no cap, so we should see some fights popping off here any second, taking a lot of third-party fire from T8 too.
Yeah, it seems like SDR are definitely aware that those guys are above them, so they're going to have to try and play that as safely as possible. Luckily for them, they're the ones that have the hold for the zone, so it's those guys have to make a push towards them if they're hoping to try and get themselves set up in a good position for this next zone shift. But, I mean, Lucifreak and Akito, well, they have to be a little bit careful because it looks like Flax is already trying to get a little bit of a ring around on them. But, I mean, over to the opposite side of the circle, we can see that No Cap are currently in a fight as Gascans are actually pushing on them. A nice nade from Adam is going to take down the second member, so that means both Ploob and Menox are going to be down, just leaving Attic and Sigsy a little bit further behind.
Yeah, and they've spotted out some of the other no-cap members here too. Sigsy throwing out a couple smokes. A good Molotov over towards his building is going to catch him, and I wonder if that's going to get the knock. Sigsy dropping down, ticking by tens, just barely able to hang on with about 30 HP. So out of from far, trying to provide that off angle, but now taking a lot of shots from far, and they are going to be forced to fall back as this zone starts to press inwards.
Yeah, the rest of Gascans, I mean, they're still in this Prio building. It is outside of zones. We can see Honey Badger actually making a little bit of a rotation around to the north. The rest of Gascans are probably going to try and really try to get those sprays onto them as they're also making that rotation. These guys don't want to be taking this blue damage for long, but it looks like No Cap are successfully being able to avoid getting wiped by them for now. We can see that one of their tires did in fact pop though, so there goes a little bit of a swing around after TrueSight did that, and they're still outside of the zone here. They have to go on ahead and try to find somewhere else to play, and we can see that a lot of actually sending it is happening right now. Looks like Anime Thighs tried to send it to Monty, but those guys are going to go on ahead and catch them out, and now Mixed Results making a drive straight towards these buildings in the center here. They're actually empty, so it looks like they might just have a little bit of a free compound for them to be able to go on ahead and live in. It's only the two members of One Eye up above them that are otherwise there. I mean, TrueSight, I'm actually honestly surprised that they didn't know that that was free and made a move on it immediately at this zone popped. But honestly, I guess it's good for them, and that maybe they'll be able to go on ahead and catch up all these kills that are in front of them. But as of right now, two of them are currently rotating away in the form of Elusive.
Yeah, unfortunately for TrueSight there, they weren't able to land any of the shots on the mixed results as they started to two out of those guys have pulled up onto KEKW now, looking to try and find their way on edge, fighting for a compound that's not in zone, but they probably will be able to play these ridges just on the outside circle as they make their way in. So Fries, KK, and Nitrogen occupying that front building. Cray Show able to get the first nade off. A lot of shots coming from far from Retaliate. They're just waiting for the peak. So a great nade from Lemon Squeezy coming out, able to get that opening knock on a Fries KK. And it does look like those guys are able to make their push now. Cray Show with a great knock on a Nitrogen. And those guys will be able to take over this front building. So they have started to make their push in. Is this now going to be a 3v2 in those guys' favor?
Yeah, those guys still with 3 up. KEKW Kiers unfortunately having to use this very open warehouse for their only covered left. I mean, they're the ones that are closer to the zone, so they'll be like the little keepers of the zone for now. I mean, they know that those guys are going to have to push onto their territory, so that might give them a little bit of help, but it also looks like Retaliative and Winnie Pew Pew don't want to deal with it whatsoever, so they're already going to go on ahead, put away their weapons, and make an absolute push towards the center of the zone. We can see that 300 from the top of La Triera above are trying to punish this out right now.
Yeah, and while that fight was going on, Gascans actually getting eliminated by True Sight. So another one of those teams that we talked about not really having a great showing in recent events, but able to come out here and get some early points. So they are getting caught out on this east side now. Zolmak's still the last player remaining, trying to get his way in. Wants to get the Resident Berry vibes here, but I think the zone's just going to be closing a little bit too quickly for him.
That is exactly what's happening. So Zolmak's now just making a wide rotation up to the northeast, hoping that he's going to be far enough away that True Sight won't be able to see him. I mean, by True Sight, I mean One Eye. Their color schemas are very similar for their logos. But it looks like they are, in fact, going to be able to find a little bit of a shack here. He has that for his, med kit as well, so he's going to be able to go ahead, heal up to full. But unfortunately for him, the zone once again shifting off. He's going to have to continue that rotation, and it might, in fact, be really hard because of mixed results and Tactical 8. He might be able to sneak up to the position of One Eye if they're not careful.
Yeah, there's still 12 teams remaining, and with this zone making another hard shift to the south, we do see Step Bros have the strongest position in the center circle. It is kind of in a bowl, but they do have a great position there as these zones are going to start to make their way in. One Eye and mixed results on the northeast side, just barely hanging on to that edge, but you gotta think T8 and Step Bros have themselves a strong position here. So those guys on the north side getting third-party fired between Elusive and KEKW. So they're gonna have a hard time making their rotation in, as now SDR is starting their stand on the northwest side.
Looks like they're going to go on ahead and try to play the ridges directly below 300 and mixed results. So far, this should work out for them. Honestly, the only thing they have to worry about is mixed results being able to look over, but hopefully 300 will do their job and ensure that they're unable to do so. Right now, though, it looks like they're definitely interested in trying to shoot at everything around them. We see Viha actually going on ahead and spotting them out because it seems like their vehicle stopped a little bit too short for the majority of SDR, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, Via actually had a really great nade there onto the stack of Lucid, Gwen Stacy, and Akita. Not able to get knocks on any of them, doing about 70 damage to all three. So very unfortunate to him. Those guys sending the rest of their way in the zone as 300 slicking their way across. Joju is going to get found out by mixed results, unfortunately. So it does look like Krayshow is going to be the last member for them, trying to walk his way on that north side. Elusive now taking a lot of crossfire from mixed results, able to get the knock and flush on a J all day. And Patron finding out Krayshow as well. So the only person left on this north side is just going to be Fizzle. It's going to try and make his way in, but it's going to be a very tough run.
Yeah, currently playing a little bit of the lay down snake play. He does have a few smokes left. He threw one. It looks like he only has one more, so he needs to be careful. And this is the exact fight he needs to be able to make some pushing off of this. SDR is now completely occupied with that knock on the dart, so they're going to try and push that position a little bit, make sure that their back is also cleared, and they definitely want to try it in third party as many fights as possible. They can hear it happening in the distance. Unfortunately for them, they can't quite see, but with that, it looks like mixed results is still paying attention. They're actually going to get the kill onto Fizzle. So they're out. 9 teams left. The middle is a complete mess as it looks like Step Bros inside this compound getting crashed on by Nightly Esports. You can see he's trying to be aggressive up here, but from afar, a bunch of people are actually trying to get involved, including 300.
Yeah, now Nightly on the SDR on that north side getting involved with mixed results via getting some shots from far in, able to get the knockback onto him. So now SDR trying to clean up this fight on the mixed results, but there's just so much third partying going on. It's hard to see who's landing what shots on who. SDR able to get an opening knock on Lister, but Lucid's going to be immediately traded out and flushed, because now Patron's going to be the last player in this mix, getting that final kill onto N8, and that's going to be San Diego Rarity out in 9th. Is now mixed results want to get this res on a Darth, but I don't think Patron is he going to be able to get it? He should be here.
That was an amazing push around for Crazy there. He was just able to go on ahead and shoot them in the back and the side without them knowing at all where he was. So he was the key factor in that fight. So Crazy saved that and won that fight for them, if I do say so myself. And it looks like from this next zone shift, they're going to be inside the zone, but 300 is not. Mixed Results did in fact lose a member, so it'll be interesting to see where 300 decide to go. Are they going to crash Mixed Results, or are they going to decide that they want the center compound? It all starts with Neferhor though, as he already sends it down with that Murado, and it looks like for now he's deciding to pull up on the ridge that Mixed Results is at, and you can already see and hear that they're tossing over some stunts to try and get the distraction. Neferhor now waiting a little bit for the rest of his team to come, their own util now coming into play. He ends up spawning out Crazy, a nice knock using that barrel. That means Patron and Darth are the only two left, trying to go on ahead and look for a little bit of that flush, see if there's another one over there. But really, the rest of MR are above here, and it looks like from behind they need to be careful if they want to get started here. It looks like Darth also being taken down, just on a Patron, down to 29 HP, trying to do something using that util, at least to get the flush onto Viha. There we go. At least one more point for them. They have 12 kills right now for themselves, and we can hear fighting happening all around them. I think this might be the time for Patron to try and take a little bit of a step back and hide to get some of those placement points. I mean, they already have a few because 6th place, but...
Yeah, Patron able to get a first aid off there, and he is going to pull away from this. Zolmox was starting to make his way out of the brick building, but it missed a fight with T8 and One Eye. T8 was able to clean up the last remaining member. So, Enraged Zealot with the great nade on Angela Manhardi, starting to push their way in. Luca's father spotted out Richie B, and that's going to be One Eye open out in 6th place. So, great job on them to pick themselves up 3 points here, as they are just in on the backside of the zone. Step Rose is going to hold that strong position in zone right in the center, but all of these teams with some very strong ridges going to be completely surrounding them.
Yeah, it looks like Tactical 8, they're up on top of this hill and they want to protect it. It looks like they have spotted out 300. Voxic actually taken down a little bit, and Rage Zealot also now trying to use some util, flush out anybody that could potentially be hiding inside that shack. But I mean, there is a solo over here, but not there. Patron is currently relying on 300 and Tactical 8 getting a little bit of a fight, so he can just go on ahead and sit back, maybe third party it a little bit. But on this zone, we can see that they're both safely up on top of these hills, so not going to do much. And on the southern side here, Nutters also have a really nice ridge line to play here, so they don't quite have to do too much until this next zone pop as well. And here it is, and it's once again going to center. So that means all of these teams on the edges have to move. The question is, do you crash center now, or do you try and run around the edge to clear out? It looks like Tactical 8 might be deciding to clear out. We can see them kind of condensing, looking down to the southern part. They were the winners of our last game, so I'm kind of inclined to go on ahead and listen to their comms. We're going to go on ahead and do that right when they start pushing, and it looks like they are off. Let's go on ahead and take a listen.
Up. I'm spam flashing.
I'm holding.
They're counter flashing.
I'm nading the ridge.
I'm
flashing one more. I'm flashing one more and then peeking.
300's gonna pressure us on our high ground. I can't hold them forever. I'm just gonna wrap back to you guys.
Oh, two. One behind the bang bus.
I'm pushing the high line. I'm driving in.
Main bus is lit.
Stay alive.
Not close guy. Not close guy.
Nading.
Bang bus is headshot, I think.
Heard.
Shot me through smoke.
Bang bus 1 HP.
Heard.
Left side.
Knocked him.
I just got knocked from far.
Flushes. I'm first setting.
Zone is slow. You can probably get reses.
Yeah, we can get reses here. We can get reses here. Rest are down below. Rest should be down below.
I was trying to peek here.
What?
See,
It's canceling my res? What the fuck?
Should be able to bump up to yellowish DZ maybe and be in zone.
I'm just trying to make sure nobody can creep on low side, just in case. I'm gonna play with my car.
300 could be hard pushing.
Yeah, they were pushing my line. I was trying to hold them.
Heard.
Watch out for that, actually. I'm gonna smoke your top hill right now.
And there we go. We went on ahead and listened to their comms a little bit. Actually successful with that crash onto Nutters. It was Pankill was the last one that they were currently looking for when we went on ahead and jumped out there. But he's actually very far away from the rest of his team, so he will be safe inside zone away from Tactical 8 for now. And you could hear from Tactical 8's comms that they're totally aware of who else was inside the zone. They knew exactly where 300 were. They were worried that they were pushing onto them. But for now, they seem to have an idea of where to go and what to do. They know that they can play a little bit inside zone here, and we are catching up Patron. They should have a great idea of where the rest of these guys are, except for the solo for Nutters directly to their west.
Yeah, in the midst of all that, 300 actually made a good crash into the compound, so they're now sharing it 2-2 with Step Bros. Glucose Father catching out the last remaining member of Nutters here, so it is going to be a 4v2v2 in T8's favor, but they still are going to have to make this, I believe, into this zone. They might still have a little bit of ridge to play with over here on the south side, but ultimately, I think they'll look to find themselves on these two buildings on the southwest side.
Yeah, Tactical 8, I don't think they're quite too worried about what else to do here. Looking at the number of people alive, they should be like, oh, there's only 4 people left. We have vehicles. We can just go on ahead and send it straight down in there. We're going to throw out all these smokes so that they can make sure their drive won't have anybody lost as if anybody goes on ahead and makes a spray for it. And you can see Step Bros are ready for it to happen. Evolution already going for a little bit of a spray onto them with that AUG. So far, it seems like the smokes are working, though. But the other members of Tactical 8 are currently in a bus. It seems like they're having a little bit more trouble trying to get a little bit of speed to get down, but all of them are in the end going to be safely inside of this zone on this building. It does look like Destinator with a little bit of an anger issue with Glucose is gonna get the knock, but luckily gonna get the res happening right now too. that bus probably couldn't stop it.
That bus is a tank, though, so it is a good shield from shots trying to make it in the compound. Destinator does do a lot of damage on a head kick, but Evolution is going to be able to pick up the knock on that. So I think Neferhor will be able to get the res here, but we'll look to see what Step Bros is going to do. Evolution is playing the roof on that long building, so he does have a lot of great sightlines on these compounds as TA is going to start to work their way farther and farther towards the middle of the zone. So from what I'm looking at, I think T8 and Step Bros will kind of be sharing this strong position for middle of this last phase.
Yeah, it's going to be 300 that has to make the hard push onto Step Bros. And I mean, we know that right when one of these teams fight, the third is going to start. So I have a feeling 300 is going to start trying to make a push towards Step Bros. And that's when Tactical 8, they have 4 men up, are going to make their move. It also looks like they have spotted out Evolution on top of the roof. So Tactical 8, this might just be another win for them. But we'll just go ahead and pay attention to that, though. Glucose Father actually doing a lot of damage to Evolution here, down to 52 HP. And his teammate is already down, so this is 300's time to move and Tactical 8's time to push.
A great spray on a head kick there from Evolution. So now it's just a 1v1 with those two teams. And Ray Zealot has pushed his way up into this garage building, so he is going to hold center of this entire zone. And I mean, it's looking like another TA victory here at this point going in this last game. So Neferhor has made it up against the building that Evolution is on. So they're going to be standing right on top of one another, as in Ray Zealot now coming around with the third party. Evolution tries to throw a stun out, but accidentally bounces it off the balcony, flashes himself. So he is going to be forced to hold what he has and pop off a boost.
Seems like Evolution knows exactly where Neferhor should be, throwing in a little bit of a stun. It did in fact work actually on Neferhor, but he was able to go on ahead, close that door, wait it out, but he has to push inside. And there we go, Evolution was there and waiting, but unfortunately Neferhor gets the first shots onto him. We can see the rest of the fire now holding him out from getting further inside zone as Blue is pushing aggressively onto him. Tactical 8, all they have to do now is wait very patiently as Neferhor has to make his way in. Does he know that Tactical 8 is an entire 4-man is the question, but Destinator holding that angle on that crate is going to get the last kill, and Tactical 8 once again winning their second game in a row with 12 kills. So I think last time they got a 21-point game. This time they got a 22-point game. Do you have any analyzation for us on their gameplay, 6Speed?
I mean, it was a great crash onto Nutters to take their position, so that way they had a stronger spot in that high ground for the next zone. And I mean, once they realized that they probably scouted that the compound was free to crash. So once they crash and get in there in 300 and Step Bros start fighting with each other, I mean, it's really just an easy pickup for them. And they're going to be very pleased to be able to get ahead on this lobby early on with 2 wins back to back.
I did not disagree, and with that, the question remains, will they be able to do it again on our next and last Miramar game for today? After that, we'll be back on Erangel, but with that, we'll be back with that leaderboard halfway point, so see you guys very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Hello everybody, we are back once again. Now that we're at the halfway mark, let's go ahead and take a look at our past winners before we take a look at that leaderboard. With me is 6Speed. I forget if I already introduced you, but go on ahead and say hello as I bring this up.
Hello, everybody. I hope we're all having a good night. Glad to have everybody here and hanging out with us.
Definitely. So as you can see, so far our winners of today. First match went to KEKW Kiers, and then our two after that is Tactical 8. So that's a little bit of our halfway mark update on that, because as we know, it's $35 per winner chicken dinner, which is pretty sick. But let's take a look at that leaderboard. Definitely a thing we're all waiting for. Take exclamation point leaderboard if you want to take a look at it yourself. And 6B, do you have any words on it?
I mean, like we said, a lot of these teams surprisingly jumping out early. So like I was saying in the pregame, Gascans is our team to kind of take the cake here in this tournament. But TAC 8 doing a great job at getting a couple games down with a ton of kills and 2 back-to-back wins. 300, not able to pull down the end game just as well as they wanted to, but still fragging out quite a bit with 21 kills, and mixed results actually being a surprising third place right behind them. Again, not doing super great in recent competitions, but they're showing themselves right here. If they could pull that end game together, we'll expect to see them stay in that top 3 spot.
Definitely. I mean, we're about to see that very shortly, because we're already on to our next plane. They're already going on ahead and jumping out, so let's go on ahead and take a look at that. As we can see, this is a very horizontal plane path, actually starting directly below Pozo and ending directly below El Azahar. So nobody is going to be able to go super far to the north or super far to the south, but I don't think these guys really do that anyway, honestly.
Yeah, I do think we'll see a little bit different like drop spots here. Now that the planes aren't so vertically aligned, that a lot of these teams will be able to get to where they really want to go. They'll be able to get there a little bit easier. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Little surprised to see those guys still going up to the Cabrera area. They do tend to loot Los Leones as like their main drop spot. So I'm wondering if that's like a permanent switch or just they didn't think they could quite make it on this plane. You do see gas cans on that east side, still running a huge junkyard split. Nico's all the way up towards that Azahar area, as it does look like mixed results is starting to take over that spot. So we'll see if anything's going to go on there. But all these teams, like I said, able to get out in their positions that they're looking for, and really nobody dropping close to one another at all, honestly.
No, not quite. Everybody was able to successfully go on ahead and spread out. Unlike some tournaments, this one does in fact have a little bit of a drop spot channel, so everybody should be aware and try and move off of those, because nobody really likes an early fight. The only time we really see early fights is if there's absolutely no other choice, or if someone is doing it on purpose. I mean, it's only day 1, only game 4, so I don't think anybody's going to be doing it quite on purpose just yet. I do kind of expect to see some of that in about the last 2, maybe 3 games of day 2 tomorrow. But for now, everybody is going to be happily coexisting and letting each other loot on up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see where this circle will go. Like I was telling you before, they tend to hard shift when they're pretty far out the plane path. So I wonder if this one's going to shift up north towards Cabrera. We do see a lot of these circles end in like that little field gap between Crater Fields and Cabrera there. So it'll be really interesting circle to see. I mean, like we were talking about, Miramar is all about playing these little dips and little bowls that you can find here in the different terrain. So it really brings out the best of these teams to make what they have with their positions. And again, emphasizing the importance of vehicles going into these end circle positions that these teams are going to have to play.
I haven't seen a Cobb ending in quite a long time, so honestly, I would love to do so, because there's a lot of interesting bowls up here by Cobb. I don't know if a lot of these guys have gone on ahead and seen it, but there's a bunch directly below it. So many bowls, and honestly, my favorite ending of all time that I still remember is when there was an ending right on this wall here. There's one team stuck on the inside, one team stuck on the outside. I think the outside team was actually Tactical 8 thinking about it, and then they were just chucking pans over the wall at each other, and then it ended up the people on the inside just died to blue zone. The people on the outside won, and that was the best thing I had ever seen casted from Cobb in ever, and I want another one.
Hey, you never know, Spam. Maybe we'll get a little bit lucky and we'll get what you want. I'd be interested to see that too. I don't think I've ever seen a city ending exactly in Cobb, but like I said, a lot of these field and like crater field endings, just the outside. So it'd be interesting to see. There's not a lot of teams in the circle right now, so it's going to be interesting to see if some of these teams opt to make north rotates, thinking that there won't be a lot of people up there. But we have a lot of players that are not in this circle right now.
Yeah, all these guys are definitely going to be taking a little bit of their time just to stay outside. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see like the majority of these guys over on the east make a large rotation up to the north, and the rest of these guys in the south make their rotation to the west. Because I mean, that's usually what we see happen. Nobody wants to go straight inside of the zone. Everybody wants to try and be making these large rotations around, because that's where less people should be, less of a chance to be shot out on the rotations. So we've gone ahead and wait to see if that's truly what happens here. It also looks like Oldless, is he running up onto N8, or did N8 come on and grab his compound? Oldless is trying to run away. That is my current question.
I'm not sure. I mean, like we said, we like to see these gas can splits here, and I think Oldless is just kind of running up on this compound. I think from what I saw earlier, they did drop pretty close to one another over by Junkyard and Honey Badger there, so Oldless must have found his way up there on foot, just trying to take over that big split that they had before the zone had popped. So fortunately for them, they're going to be left out of it again to rotate their way in. But like we said, it's going to be... I would like to see a lot of these teams make their way towards this north side of circle here.
I definitely agree, and as you can see by the notification on screen, they only have about 10 seconds before it starts moving, and it looks like there's actually a little bit of a hold happening directly in the center here between Elusive and One Eye. You can see Sociopath completely cut off from the rest of his team. You can see Sugo there trying to help him out a little bit. Unfortunately, he will be downed by Richie, but the rest of his team probably being aggressive on this. Unfortunately, Izuki Boy going on ahead and making sure that he's flushed out, so trying to make it to that S1, doesn't have any reason to continue pushing, but it looks like they're deciding to anyway. Delta also down to around half HP, and it seems like Elusive is still ready to be aggressive on this.
Yeah, Delta trying to slowly push Izzle as they got the rest of them on Hardy, so barely able to get it off here. But here come Yusugo and Jay all day from the side, looking to make aggressive pushes here. One Eye open just on the other side. Yusugo with a great spray, getting the knock on a Delta. Manhardy playing just below them. They haven't figured out where he is yet, but now J.O.Day's peeking up over this ridge and has spotted him out. So it's a great push from Elusive here, as now it's just down to a 3v2 with Richie Boy and Zuki, the last two players for One Eye.
Yeah, JLD once again peeking on over, spotting out Richie B. It's just one left directly in front of them. To their left, you can see Fizzle has kind of figured it out, being the first aggressor. Zuki Boy going to do a little bit of damage, but there we go. A little bit of an untrained Molotov is making so he doesn't have a hand on his gun, and because of that, there's just too many Elusive members for them, and they're going to get that kill. So there we go. Our first team is out, and I mean, Fizzle almost died there from that Molotov at 4 HP, but he will be able to heal up, and it doesn't look like who's over there trying to third party. It doesn't look like 300 is going to be able to go on ahead and capitalize off of that. 300, they just always find a way to participate in the third party. It looks like Viha ended up like just sending it out there to try and see if he could do so and crack, and it didn't work.
Yeah, Elusive just having a great job at playing as a team. They're able to pick up those 4 points. Unfortunately, they did lose one, but again, for the position that they were originally in with Sociopath isolated by himself, it's very unfortunate that that they were able to get that push in. So for them not losing more players, because they were at a disadvantage having that team that they pushed on already centered up in a 4-man. So very unlucky for them. And now S1 are able to get away with 3 people as they start to center up here. So, and a lot of these teams are also starting to make their rotations too, now that the zone's coming to a close.
Definitely. We can see here also that all these guys did in fact do about what was expected. The majority of these guys on the east rotating to the north, the rest of these guys rotating kind of to the west underneath on the south. We can see that actually Nutters have run into LR down here. Mitri Boy currently is just waiting inside of his vehicle. He's not doing anything. What is happening? He's just completely still. Ripper is being shot off to the north. Did his game crash?
Yeah, I'm guessing Mitchie's game crashed there. Tio was driving by over on Ripper there, able to get a good spray out, but just not able to get that full knock. Accidentally hopping out of the vehicle, but
Ooh, he's here. He's back just in time. Just starts driving just as Nutters spots him out and starts shooting at him.
it's very fortunate for him. They are starting to make their rotate down that road towards zone, but T8's going to be there just on that south side by Monte waiting for him. So I'd like to see them go a little bit more direct by this warehouse just on the inside of the mountain here, but we'll see what happens with that. It does look like in Rage Zell, it's going to be at the back anchoring, so he should be able to spot this out. He's going to hear the vehicles coming his.
Yeah, you can see he's a little bit distracted, currently trying to scout on in towards those shanties, but very, very shortly he should be able to hear the vehicles directly to the side, and it looks like now he has definitely picked it up. You can see all the vehicles currently driving towards him, and he's needing to run back for some cover, maybe his vehicle. He's telling the rest of his team, yeah, there's people on me, and he has to hide, because definitely drive-by, being alone, not ideal. So there we go, all those guys being able to successfully leave for now. I don't quite know where his vehicle is. Oh, it's right there. They ended up rotating right by it, and tire is now popped. And now here comes the drive-by, actually. It doesn't look like much damage is happening right now, but they're definitely hurting Lost Reality away from them. We could see in the distance that one of the people that they were dealing with before, Nutters, one of them got hit out of a vehicle or jumped out of a vehicle or something, not quite sure. And it looks like they're going to actually have to continue on driving because once again, Zone has popped, pulling back towards Pozo, giving 300 a really nice center positioning here.
Yeah, so an odd zone shift actually. Seen it shift all the way to the west, and all these teams that have found themselves on that east northeast side are going to have to find their way in now. So, I mean, we see enemy thighs now starting to crash on a gas cans. If we could take a look at that just to the east side of circle here.
That we definitely can.
Stay Fudge in a great position, but a lot of utility coming in. A great nade from Nico's able to knock him, but Michael going to be there for the trade. Oldless, the last player, just sitting in this ridge, but Adam's going to push up over. Michael sitting on just about 20 HP. Adam trying to spot him out, but hasn't quite seen him yet. Underhand nade's going to come through. Now he's seen Refray over there. Lands a couple shots, but this utility just forcing him to back up and not able to make this push as the rest of the enemy thighs pulling up for the support.
You see Refray currently going for a little bit of a pause to heal on up. Unfortunately, his teammate Fudge was in fact flushed out, and here comes some bullets from afar, forcing him to push forward. That nade on Adam only doing a little bit of damage. It's actually Honey Badger from Gascans from behind doing damage. Honey Badger is super split away from the rest of his team. I mean, right now they haven't gotten any kills onto Gas, so it's a 3v3 situation over here until Honey gets there. There we go. Adam actually spots out Refray, instantly traded by Michael. Culture is also there to go ahead and get a little bit of the flush happening, and here comes Oldest with the drive-by. He gets one, but Michael is there for the trade, but they had too many numbers. Nikos gets that last kill, throwing out some smokes now to get the res onto Oldless, and Gaskins can continue on as a 3-man with 4 kills.
Yeah, even though gas cans are widely split there, Honey Badger able to force that fight to happen by getting a lot of shots from the back. So Anime Thigh is not completely prepped to go into that. Unfortunately, gas cans just coming out on the upper hand for them. So good pick up the points there. Gas cans currently the only team that hasn't found their way in a circle, but they should have some positions to work into on that east side. So we do see a lot of these teams just started to center up now. 300 still rocking a very wide split in the middle of Nightly Esports and No Cap. So we'll look to see if any of these shots take off. Via popping off a couple towards Ohio, but really just nothing too aggressive starting to take out.
That was the fastest death I've ever seen. Crazy was just driving full on towards SDR, and they just deleted him. I don't really know what else there's to say. I don't know why he was driving that way in Cobb. I wonder if he also crashed. That's the only thing I'm gonna say, is just driving straight down that road, not afraid, straight towards SDR. And now it looks like mixed results is just down to 3. 2 of them are currently in that compound. Where's the third? Oh my goodness, Patron? He's currently playing so far away from the rest of his team, and as we can see in the distance, Darth actually got a knock onto Innate.
It could be very good for mixed results. So with Patron playing that solo house down there in Crater Fields, he could scout out that warehouse is free and have a strong anchor position for the rest of his teammates to be able to make their way in. You see Darth shooting a lot of far shots over towards KEKW there, but Patron could actually be playing a very smart position here, Span, if he's able to feed the word to them that they have space in the middle here. And now you are going to see Lister and Darth start to make a rotation with their vehicles.
Yeah, because they had about 5 seconds left, and there we go. The zone does pop. They are outside, and they're going to make that rotation straight towards Patron. They only have to be careful because those guys are in the warehouses directly beside them. I mean, they should be able to give enough of a wide berth around this so that they aren't harmed. But otherwise, playing down here is really hard. I think it would be nice if they sent it all the way up the side here, something to be able to play a little bit higher with a little bit more knowledge. But honestly, it might not even be able to be so because of those guys and Elusive's position, making this very, very difficult to play off of. Let's see where, in fact, they do go instead. Lister going on ahead and taking those shacks, and it looks like Darth is just going to go on ahead and follow him. I'm still amazed at 300 split right here, just making a huge box around this western side. I mean, the center compound is completely open. I mean, obviously that's their base, but I don't know how many kills have they gotten from up here so far. None. So that's a little bit of the issue there. They know they have center and they've been getting a little bit gifted so far, but they haven't been able to go ahead and capitalize off of anything just yet. And as you can see, the southern part is getting a little bit chaotic. It looks like Soup, by the way, for Nutters, in fact, got a knock onto one of the Tactical 8 members that was kind of trying to shoot at them on their rotation, but now they're going to go on ahead and pull straight up to add it for no cap, and he's not going to risk it.
Yeah, I mean, this zone, I don't think I've ever seen a zone like this, Span. This is one of the weirdest Miramar zones I've ever seen, especially if the centers up around those shanty towns. This could spell trouble for a lot of these teams, as there's really nowhere to play except high grounds and low grounds. So like you were saying, we saw that early engagement on the southwest with Nutters. So a lot of these teams still trying to make their way in. You have Knightley and Step Bros very close to one another on that far west side. You have a lot of these teams centered on the north and east side of this mountain here. So a very tough circle to play. Like I said, I haven't seen one like this before.
I have, and I've played in one. I think there was one in the round of 16 for one of the Challengers Cup series that I played in, and it landed right on this road here. No one's there just yet, though. As we can see, Step Bros is trying to push in on this western side. In fact, they're fighting Nightly Esports right now. It does look like they got at least one kill so far on Tetra, but now Sneak Attack is really pushing on over. There he goes, butting out Lamplot. Will get the down and the flush almost instantly. Now getting shot in the back because Dark Dreams is there. It doesn't look like either of them are going to get the knock just yet. So it looks like Sneak Attack will just be able to go on ahead and cut off that line of sight before he's caught over, but Morn's being a little bit sneaky, is now trying to get the down onto him as well. Needs to be careful because there's still one a little bit far. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it with that level 1 vest there. We can see from a distance that somebody inside of Pozo as well is trying to do some damage. So far, it does not look good for Nightly Esports. As Step Bros, there's still 3 up, and I think it might only be Ohio up left for Nightly. It is.
Yeah, so Ohio is going to pull away from this and try and make his way in his zone, but 300 occupying the strong split still going into this phase 4 circle. I mean, they're holding out a majority of these teams on the west side, so it does look like Nefer is going to pull away from this and link up with the rest of his team, but this circle is going to be a mess, Span. That's all I have to say.
Definitely, and we can already see that Nutters even are just making absolute send towards the position of no cap. I mean, this is going to be the theme. Right when they start fighting, I can basically guarantee that Lost Reality, also to the south here, is going to try and get involved. There you go, a lot of damage coming out. Ripper now down to 24 HP. They're trying to play this road, but this is where Ploob comes into play, accidentally clicking on somebody else. We can see that he gets downs onto 2 of them at least, still playing inside of this little jump here. Soup, by the way, still directly underneath him now, trying to throw in some util in there. Unfortunately, it's going to bounce out, not quite hit, and now trying to get some of those smokes out, but I think Ploob would just be able to go on ahead and get a little bit of a re-peek, and the rest of his team should now be aware of their position and go on ahead and get in a spot to help out.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nutters, they did have a Pankill anchoring from behind, but True Sight getting involved on the very southeast side with some shots from far, able to take out their anchor, and now the smokes are going to come out trying to get these reses. Ploob is going to try and get some utility in here and clean up this field. So Nade's going to come out. It is going to get a re-knock on a Ripper. Very unfortunate for Soup. That was the player that he had just res, so it does look like Jam's going to bleed out here. Spray's going to come out for Soup. Is going to get quite a bit of damage on a Ploob, and now Soup's going to push up underneath of this little ramp here.
Yeah, it looks like both of them are around 30 HP. Now the entire push from No Cap is coming on, though, as the rest of them are kind of getting a little bit closer. It's still mainly Ploob trying to hold them off, but it's now just a 1v1. I'm sure Ploob isn't going to go ahead and do anything that would make it so that his teammates aren't able to help from afar. And you can see that he's absolutely trying to do everything that he can using all of his stuns. He still has a little bit of smokes left as well, but from here, I think this is all he can do for now. I mean, Ploob playing inside this long tube definitely has the hard cover and the team cover advantage. We can even see from a distance that True Sight might be a little bit interested, though. We can see Zolmox now being the first one to push on over, spotting out Soup is going to get the headshot. This headshot first one, but the kill with the neck shot. Nutter's eliminated in 13th, 12 left. And I mean, No Cap are now completely aware of where he is. In the distance, we can also see some other fights coming into play. We can see KEKW Kiers in a fight with Gascans, actually. I believe Winnie Pew Pew currently down. There we go. Nico's getting the flush out. I think it's just down to Honey Badger and Nikos.
Yeah, so Gascans starting off this game with 5 kills. They do have a solid start, but KEKW currently with the high ground. So Fries KK probably able to provide a spoiler angle if he can get around this cliff just to Honey Badger's west here. So that's what he's looking like he's going to do. Gascans are taking a lot of damage from far, though, I believe, from, again, True Sight. So True Sight could force this fight to happen a little bit quicker than Gascans wanted it to, just like they forced Anime Thighs to fight with Gascans just moments ago. Gascans now starting to push their way up on this west side. Arson is going to get the knock on a Honey Badger, and this is going to give Fries KK the go-ahead to push. Able to get that flush on a Honey Badger, stealing the point away from True Sight. It's just going to be Nikos, the last remaining member for Gascans, just sitting at the rock below.
He's just going to go ahead and play there for a little bit right below them. Ooh, Nitrogen actually went on ahead, spotted him out, and got that kill. So Guadalajara Gascans eliminated in 11th. That was going to say right below is, in fact, True Sight. Berry Vibes kind of coming on ahead and creeping on up. But now, knowing that the fight has ended, they know that the push is no longer that free. But they're still going to go on ahead and do so. It also looks like Mitchy Boy, the one that was DC'd for a little bit, is the last one left for his team, trying to fight 300. They all went on ahead and condensed back to their home base, and it looks like Lost Reality is going to be on the losing end in 10th. Did any of our 300 members die? Yes, Headkick is in fact dead. It looks like they have 2 kills, and they still have the ability to potentially get back up. It looks like SCR actually went on ahead and took their spot.
Yeah, so we're seeing True Sight getting into engagement with KEKW on this east side now. Span, if we could take a look at that. Ploob starting to push his way in. Now Zolmox has found a knock and flush on a Nitrogen. There's just so much going on this east side now as the zone is just starting to get further and further. You see No Capper trying to get involved with this. T8 at the very south of this circle starting to make an eastern rotation are going to get involved with this. This is just an absolute mess over here.
It really is. It does seem like there's still 3 up for TS, though. You can see that the Molotov actually coming in is going to land right behind Retaliative. Unfortunately, not going to do any damage to him as he's the last one up. There we go. Spotting out Zolmox will, in fact, get the knock onto him. Instantly going on ahead and backing up into that turtle spot. But that means Berry Vibes needs to make this push. I don't quite know where Arson is. It looks like he's a little bit further to the southern part, dealing with No Cap as well. So it looks like they're both having to deal with their own teammates. As long as Berry Vibes gets out Retaliative, he'll be able to go on ahead and help out the rest of his team, and they'll have a little bit of a clear position, but it doesn't seem like the timeline is just in it quite yet. And as we can see, No Cap, because they had such a large split tactically on their rotation, ended up finding out Blue.
Yeah, fortunately for True Sight there, it is able to take away some of this pressure off away from them as T8 are starting to get in that engagement now. So T8 able to pick up 2 kills on a No Cap, and that's going to give Arson free territory to rotate towards the center of the circle. Menox still trying to push away towards KEKW as a Retaliative actually does manage to find the res on a Fries KK. So very fortunate for them as all this third-party action was going on. It took enough attention away as Arson was able to pull away from that fight and get to the center of the circle.
You see a lot of these guys are now definitely just making all these big pushes. No Cap pushing away from Tactical 8 as the half of them had died and lost out. Pushing onto KEKW now. It looks like 300 was trying to be aggressive on the Tactical 8, but it looks like KEKW Gears found out No Cap eliminated in 8th. It looks like Voxic is still determined to go ahead and push on a tactical 8. There you go, finally spotting them out, getting a knock on a 1. Super low, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get the knock on both Zealot and Weam, meaning the tactical 8 is just down to 1 member left. That's Detonator, and he's definitely in no place to go on ahead and run up that hill and do anything. So 2 more points for 300. They're now up to 4 total points that are completely being held out right now, as it looks like Viha is still going to do some damage to others inside of this zone. I mean, SDR, they're the ones with the spot. They're just also the ones with the hard job here. From this job, they have the center. Everybody wants to be pushing towards them. They can't possibly hold all of these guys out, and a lot of bullets are going to be thrown towards them from many different teams.
Yeah, Fries KK able to clean up the rest of TAC 8 now, and it looks like 300 are going to start to make their push up this west side of the hill towards SDR. They will have one more mixed result member just waiting on that west side that can play spoilers, so we'll see if he gets involved with the rest of these fights here. But 300 have just gotten themselves in this position on the southwest side. Arson still on that south with Fries KK and Retaliative just to the east of them.
It doesn't look like SDR is entirely concerned just yet, because 300 went on ahead, stopped right underneath their ridge. I mean, you can see where all these guys are. They're just going on ahead and playing underneath their ridges. It's only SDR that's really on top of these rocks here, but they're all going to go on ahead and have to be playing their angles very, very carefully so far. It also looks like Arson, our last member up from True Sight, definitely aware of the people crawling on around him, trying to hear them. Oh, he does. He's going to spot him with that MK14. Goes for those sprays, and Fries K is currently down. Retaliated behind him is now the last one up for KEKW Kiers. He went on and spotted him out again, but a beautifully cooked nade from Retaliative means the end to True Sight out in 6. And we can see KEKW Kiers are still going to be able to hold 2 up with 10 kills so far, but here comes Viha in the distance.
Yeah, V has heard this third party now. He is trying to make this push over. Retaliative able to get the res on a Fries KK, but V is going to see this smoke and try and be a nuisance over here as they start to make their way up this hill. Fries KK has gotten the first aid off, but he's going to start pushing his way over closer to Via, but going to prone out and start to boost up and get these meds off. I don't think 300 are still super interested in making an aggressive push here. They're just going to be patient and wait for KEKW to push their way over. He has heard the footsteps of Fries KK. So he's peeking around the corner. Fries KK has heard him too, so he gets that opening knock. It's now just Retaliative left as Voxic is watching from overhead.
Looks like he's not going to go on ahead and do any bad pushovers. Retaliative once again trying to go for those nutty nade kills. Unfortunately, he's not going to go on ahead and catch that one out. Now completely blind, trying to hide on the other side of this rock. I mean, Viha is going to take this opportunity to boost on up. And Retal, if he's going to go on ahead and push on over, I don't know if Voxic has an angle on this, but he's definitely watching his right side, so Viha can go on ahead and pay attention to his left. And here comes the push over from Retaliative. He's able to jump on top of the rock, actually, but Voxic spots him out, doing a little bit of damage. And now he realizes that he can't quite do anything onto the position of Viha. There you go, throwing one more nade. It looks like he went on ahead and backed on off of this, and Retaliative, no longer interested, is just going to go on ahead and make a run towards these rocks. You can see in the distance that SDR, after hearing all this fighting, kind of spread out to see if they can get involved, but other than that, they flushed out that solo over there, and now it's just down to still 4 teams, but I mean, a 4v3, v2, v1.
Yeah, great pull away from Retaliative there, just trying to stay alive as long as possible. He's actually kind of found himself with a better high ground over 300. So if SDR find themselves third party on Voxic, KEKW could find themselves another couple kills here potentially. A lot of shots coming out from them. Akita trying to find out the headshot, but just not quite connecting there to get the knock. Voxic now trying to peek over, trying to figure out where Retaliative's moved, but just quite hasn't got the sight lens on him.
Nope, it seems like so far everybody's just going to go on ahead and play a little bit quietly. I'm a little bit worried for Gwen Stacy over here. He's the only one to hold out S1, but it doesn't seem like they're too interested in pushing aggressively just yet. I think that is going to be a play for this next round. They're unable to get on top, the tippy top of these rocks, so it doesn't seem like they're going to be finding Retaliative anytime soon as he's safely tucked away. And really, it looks like Voxic is attempting to go for it. If he gets up here, that's going to be huge for 300, honestly. As long as he doesn't get knocked, though.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if Voxic's going to be able to get up there or not, but if he is, he's going to have some good sightlines. It does actually sound like he's found a good ledge grab to try and get up. Taking a couple shots from Elusive to the north, but he is going to be just outside of the zone, I think, unless he gets to the very tops of these rocks. So this zone, Span, have you seen a zone like this before? This is incredible.
Yes. Yeah, I have. I definitely have. I don't know if I've seen it exactly like this in comp, but I've at least seen it in like ranked and stuff, which is pretty surprising. I mean, we are on live, so makes sense it's gonna go on ahead and be able to do so. People can get on top of this from where Voxic is, and seems like he's really attempting to. He's very close, but he needs to be careful because if Yasuko here spots him out, that's gonna be the end for him. Right now, though, it seems like he's just playing the low end. He doesn't want to be caught out by anybody, especially because they should be able to see how many people are alive in this zone, and they don't want to take any chances. It will be interesting to see what Retaliative decides to do, because if he pushes on out, he might be able to go ahead and spot out Voxic, but it seems like Voxic is going to be able to make it. Congratulations, you've won. You're on the top. Retaliative, unfortunately, wasn't able to go on ahead and push on over in time to spot them out.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think has this strong position here, able to oversight everybody. I mean, he's not going to have a center spot going in this phase 9 zone, but if he can get a lot of damage out early and clean up some of the rest of these fights, then he could potentially win this game if he's able to sweep up these fights very quickly. I mean, he's got some great shots coming out of Retaliative now. Nades are going to come out. Trying to get that spray, but Retaliative just tucked away in this little edge. He's going to take some third-party fire, though. Now start ticking down his zone. It looks like he's going to bleed out, trying to get that last kill with the AWM, but just eventually giving himself up the zone, and that's going to be KEKW out in 4th place.
Yep, so now Voxic for 300 still alive. The last one up just gets to go on ahead and watch and, like, you know, wreak a little bit of havoc as the 3v4 happens between S1 and SDR. Honestly, I don't quite know what to expect from this. SDR, they had such a strong position before, but now if he just goes on ahead and peeks on over, half of them are completely out in the open. It looks like Voxic so far is, oh, he was determined to mess with JL Day, but JL Day said sit down and took him out with that headshot mini. Honestly, that... Voxic could have done so much stuff from up there, but he tried to there, but it looks like that is going to be the end. I think this calls for some comms from SDR. They're the 4-man versus 3-man. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Hold on, orange. I'm getting stuck. I'm flashed. Someone watch my push.
Heard. They cannot get on you, Gwen, okay?
Heard.
I'm mollied low.
Getting mollied and flashed.
Heard. They cannot push under your rock, Gwen.
One's lit. I think I got flashed close.
Knocked one on the edge.
Nice.
330.
One's over on yellow. One's the far edge, other edge.
That's a fin.
Nice.
That's a fin.
One
One
in that
in the
left
smoke.
side.
I'm knocked from yellow. One on yellow, one on blue. Last two. Same team. Don't play for the res here.
Yep.
I'm fine.
I think both of them just pushed towards yellow.
Heard.
I'm peeking for info. Only one on yellow.
I got so close then.
Yellow's dead. Last guy is blue.
one's
Should be.
On me.
He's lit.
Tagged.
Nice,
Nice,
boys.
good
Let's
job.
go.
Let's go.
Very nicely played by San Diego. Rarity on the end there is going to pick them up a 10-kill win, 20 points to put them on higher up the leaderboard. I think that was very well played for them. Honestly, I think because Jail Day was able to go on ahead and take out Voxic, that definitely put San Diego Rarity in a much better position. I'm surprised Voxic wasn't able to go on ahead and spot out some of those members from SDR.
Yeah, I mean, a great job of SDR to clean up that fight. I think they could have done it a little bit better without losing, without coming down to the last player, Gwen Stacy there. But nonetheless, a very strong win for them. That's going to take them up quite a bit of places because they only had 8 points going into that game. So very good play by them to clean that up.
Yeah, definitely need to be a little bit more careful, but still get the win. Very exciting. You hear them say good job at the end there. Not as, like, screaming as expected. Definitely a well-vetted team. But with that means we're down to 2 games, and I'll see you guys on Erangel once again shortly.
Saw you in the bedroom.
Hello, everybody. Once again, SpanCargo and 6Speed here for the second to last time. Here you're going to see us. No, the third to last time, because we're going to our second to last game, Game 5 on Erangel. Next, we'll have another one on Erangel, but let's take a look at that leaderboard. 6Speed, take it away.
Yeah, so like we talked about, San Diego Rarity just playing an absolute awesome game there, able to pick up a ton of points with the 10 kill wins. So they're moving all the way. I believe they were 12th before that game started, getting all the way up into 6th place, and they're only 1 point out of 5th. So a very good job on them. I mean, we still have TAC 8, KEKW, and 300 as your top 3. So those middle couple spots there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, all very close with one another. So TAC 8 still kind of pulling away ahead of the pack, but I'm very glad to see a very tight lobby to start out this day.
I definitely do not disagree. It definitely makes it really, really interesting. Nail biting, I guess you could say. Definitely setting it up really well for tomorrow, honestly. Like, that only makes tomorrow's 6 games, like, more intense. Like, you know, everybody's going to be playing their absolute best, their absolute hearts out. And, I mean, that's when PUBG gets really good. That's when you see the absolute crazy stuff. But let's go ahead and take a look at that plane path. It looks like it's starting right there underneath Novo and ending right to the right side of Severny. So this is a very Eastern Plain 6-speed.
Yeah, and these are the planes that we typically see, like your more aggressive circles on, like your military circles, your far north circles. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of circle we get out of this match. I mean, we saw with like the Spark series and the open rounds, we had a lot of very far western plane paths that ran directly north south, and we saw quite a few military circles. So it'll be interesting to see where this one goes and how these teams are going to play it. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. You do have a True Sight going on the east side. They finally get their Milton Power drop, so you're not going to see any engagement with them and Step Bros early. It does look like Step Bros are going to take that Severny compound. In that northeast, you will have those guys going out towards Stallber with KEKW, so we'll keep an eye on that, as we also have mixed results and 300 PUBG landing on this west side, and Nutters as well. So we have 3 teams all going for vehicles and compounds over here, Span. So we can take a look at that. We probably have some early action going on here to start with.
Yeah, we can see them all currently shooting on down here. It'll be interesting to see who will win these car spawns. I mean, definitely a good car spawn drop. I mean, you're going to cut your shoot early. It looks like Lister's actually going to go on ahead and pull off, making sure that Pankill is going to be the successor of that. You can see a lot of damage going onto Jam from Nutters from afar. Ripper being taken down from one of those micro Uzis. Patron also trying to do some damage with the Tommy gun from afar, taking some shots towards Pankill. And it looks like Jam, though, is going to spot out Lister, even though he's about 10 HP from afar. But through that window, Patron with the Tommy gun gonna get the knock as well. It looks like he's going to get the complete flush happening here. Unable to spot out Darth right beside. You can see that Soup is directly inside that window there with no gun. So Darth is gonna go on ahead and take him out. It's complete chaos happening right here. So it looks like both of these Nutters here are going to be out. Patron and Darth still alive. And I mean, that is going to be Pankill going ahead and driving away. I think mixed results, they only ended up losing 1. I mean, Nutters ended up losing all of them except for Pankill and 300. I thought they got a kill there, but not quite. I think they're the one that did a ton of damage to Jam, though. So you can see the flushes now coming out. It looks like Voxic is getting a little bit interesting coming on over here and trying to finish it off.
Yeah, 300 just didn't want to get too aggressive on that. I mean, anytime you have 3 teams hot dropping in the same area, things can always get a little messy. So good on them to kind of pull away from that. I mean, you don't have, I mean, mixed results did lose 1, but I mean, with third team getting involved in there and getting in the mix, it could have been disastrous for who knows who. So unfortunately for Nutters, Pankill is going to get away with 1 kill, but he's going to be by himself for the rest of this game. Very interesting circle to start out with, too. It does go to the north, but it's also quite west of where the plane path was. So all of these teams are going to be on the eastern half of the map trying to make their way in. It'll be interesting to see what rotations they decide to make.
Definitely. And this is interesting. So Crazy, he was just like proned out behind a rock with 2 shotguns. He only has 5 bullets. There we go. He gets a little bit of an AK. And what he doesn't know is Voxic just got here. So what he was doing, being a little bit sneaky for a while, unfortunately backfired because he was a little bit impatient. And now Voxic heard him first. And now he's just going to be able to go on ahead and wait there for Crazy to make a move over to the next building. Maybe they've kind of figured each other out. I don't quite think so. It's Voxic with the PP buys and he doesn't have a helmet. Ah, he opened the door. So if he wasn't aware before, Crazy most definitely heard that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of this zone, though. You can see that the rest of 300 now trying to go on ahead and surround him. Doesn't seem like Patron or Dar think that they can do anything about it. So everybody else now, we can see some of these guys making some early rotations in. This is when it starts. Oh, Crazy actually with a really nice shot into Voxic will get the first knock. The rest of 300 are in fact there, doing a lot of damage to head kick as well. Here comes the shotgun play, though. Close quarters like this as a solo, shotguns definitely become useful. A little bit of a flush on the Voxic.
Yeah, it's a great play for Crazy. They're able to get the knock on a window jump on a Voxic. Shots coming out on a Via now. Crazy is just absolutely going nuts. His head kicked the last member in his compound. He does look like he's trying to get some shots. A good AK spray coming out, but they're not going to connect. Crazy just full HP, and now the rest of 300 is pulling out, and they are going to be able to take care of him. So they're going to get the flush on a Crazy. Should be able to get the res on a Via now. And 300, unfortunately, losing Voxic. Voxic will be able to get out of this.
That was crazy. I guess that's the only way I could put it. I mean, he ended up taking down 2 of them. Almost got the 3rd, honestly. How much HP is Head Kick at? He's at 46 HP. I mean, that 2 vest definitely coming into play there. I think hearing the vehicle from Neferhor pushing definitely made him a little bit like, oh, I gotta finish this now. So definitely wasn't prepared to see that Head Kick had already caught on to him, honestly. And now you can see that like Nightly are making a rotation towards them right now. The question is, are they going straight for that building? Oh, Sneak Attack sees some of that smoke, so he's actually going to go ahead and veer off. So, I mean, usually smoke definitely means people, right? But doesn't that usually mean hurt people? But it doesn't seem like Nightly Esports are even interested in trying to get engaged in that.
I think Nightly are in a position now where they need to kind of wrap up their game, kind of figure out what they're doing wrong and how to capitalize on it. So sitting with just 6 points after that last game, they need to kind of evaluate what they need to do to kind of get themselves in the top half of the leaderboard. So I don't think Crash and Blind Fights right now is on their agenda for that. So I think it's a good play to pull away from them, able to get themselves a good spot in those dips just above shooting range, anticipating for the center zone. So some good play from them, I think.
Yeah, and now's the time. So we're about 6.5 minutes in. This is around where all the late rotations should be finishing, or, you know, I mean, like Gascans all the way down there in Military Island still definitely makes sense for them to be coming in very slowly, but everybody else now should be on in. And what is interesting, it looks like Yasugo for S1 is still all the way in Lipovka, while the rest of them are up here in triples.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with that. You do have all these teams kind of pushing on and drive-bying one another. KEKW and Winnie with a great pickup there. Yusugo's now crashed into this compound, but able to get his knock traded out, but Retaliative getting knocked from Fizzle from far. So just an absolute mess of a drive-by, and these knocks picked up. But KEKW should be able to pick up some reses here as Fries KK coming in with the crash to support the rest of his team.
You know, my game was a little bit bugged. Yasugo, he was never in Lipovka. He just died. He just died over here, so,
Yeah, I've been getting
strange.
that too recently, where you're spectating. It only shows 3 team members, but then one of them just randomly appears. I don't know what it is.
Who is KEKW key? Who are they shooting? And then suddenly there was downed and dead people in front of them on this crash here. So, I mean, it looks like they got all the reses up, so, and 2 kills under their belt. S1 is now just down to 2 people, so they have this eastern side locked down, and it looks like there's a little bit of a fight happening elsewhere. It looks like mixed results are currently down and out, and a lot of lot of bullets from those guys, Nightly Esports and Step Bros, is continuing. It kind of looks like Tetra's kind of chasing Lamplot. Definitely wants to go on ahead and kill him out here. Unfortunately, won't be able to do so with those sprays right there. But here we go. Lamplot actually stopping. Might be able to get the knock on to Tetra, but Tetra... Oh, Tetra is the one that gets the knock instead. I think that vehicle's about to explode. Oh no, it was that one. Okay, thank goodness. Where is the rest of your team is what I want to know. Oh, unfortunately, I guess I'll never find out because he just got flushed.
That spray was incredible. Just a great job from Tetra, able to get that knock with him just on the other side of the wall. So even with the hard cover, Lampalot's still going down and getting flushed there. The rest of Elusive still in that Severny compound looking on. Might try and find out Tetra here as he is isolated from the rest of his team. But Tetra, I mean, with that aggressive play, just chasing out points there, able to grab a point together for Nightly. And now Truesight are starting to make their way in on this north side towards Severny. So let's keep an eye on that. The fight that was going on down in the southwest, mixed results had gotten crashed onto a compound by SDR. So SDR cleaned up the last two members that was on their team. So they're occupying cubes down there just by the river in the meantime.
Yeah, I think what it was is I think Step Bros was actually 2-2 splitted from Crossroads and Severny, and obviously, I mean, two of them paid for it, so now Step Bros are just down to 2, and they have to go ahead and hold that. You know, I was gonna comment on their name and logo like people have it in the comments all day in the chat, but really there's no words. They just, I guess they just want to be Step Bros. They like the color orange, and I'm not gonna say anything else. As for other people now making their rotations on in, though, it seems like everybody's settled on 4 now, so continuing to go for the scout out. I think the goal for everybody here is to try and get into this northern piece of land, because I have a feeling that is exactly where it's going to go. But Gascans spotting out both One Eye and SDR can't quite do it just yet. And LR probably just going on ahead and being a little bit patient.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at this circle shift now, and it is going to center up right around that Plains compound. So, again, these teams from the east side are going to be forced to make these hard west rotates. We see SDR already starting to move early. Gas cans are going to start to get their movement to go across the bridge. They might fill in at that Cubes compound, backfilling SDR now. So, Richie B just getting some sightlines over for One Eye Open on top of SDR, but they are going to take that compound below him, and he's going to be forced to pull away from that.
I'm surprised he didn't wait a little bit. Like, if he waited a little bit for them to, like, get out, think it's safe, maybe he would have done some more damage, maybe one of them would have pulled up right beside him, he could have gotten the easy kill. Doesn't seem like he wanted to deal with it, and it looks like they're just making the rotation to the compound further to the northwest anyway, so looks like they didn't want that one anyway. They want this other garage building, so... As for everybody else in the zone, you can see that those guys actually have a really nice position on Plains. Everybody else now starting to make their movement in. You can see No Cap is trying to make a little bit of a needle thread through quite a few teams here. And then Anime Thighs, they've been playing the edge this entire time, and it looks like they're going to continue to do so for now.
So One Eye Open actually just crashed on a Plains. Crashow getting an opening knock on Angelo Manhardy. So very good from him to stop this push from starting, excuse me. Pops coming out to follow up. A good spray on a Delta, but Delta's immediately trading that out. So it's just going to be one knocked on each team. One Eye Open should be able to get the res here. Shoju trying to get this off angle, but just a very hard push coming down that Plains runway.
Kazizuki boy did in fact spot out Flax there, unable to quite get the knock. He was down to 4 HP, so one more bullet definitely would have done it, but it doesn't matter. It looks like his brother with that nade is going to be able to go on ahead and get the knock. It looks like it's just down to Shoju and Lemon Squeezy. Spotting out Delta will get down onto one of them. Looks like he tries to go for the flush as well. I think it's probably going to be successful, as now Shoju is trying to back up a little bit to see something else. The flush comes out. The damage on Angelo Manhardy is there. Shoju's down to 6 HP, and I mean the rest of One Eye are pushing. Lemon Squeezy trying to go on ahead into the smoke to get the rest of the Flax, though. Richie B, they know that they need to be pushing on this aggressively. Does he spot out Lemon Squeezy a little bit to his right? There it is. He finally spots him out. The down comes through. Shoju the last one up, and that is the end for those guys out in 15th place, and it looks like Angelo Manhardy is celebrating a little bit by shooting bodies.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the little friendly BM there. I mean, you're very happy as a team to win a fight, especially in a position that One Eye Open is in. They need these kills. They need to be able to secure these points so they can make a jump on their leadership position. Nightly now is starting to take a fight out in the open with No Cap. So we'll see if they can kind of capitalize on this. No Cap kind of caught out at the shack here. A good spray from Tetra, able to get the knock on a 60 and a knock coming out on Adit now. Or a flush, excuse me. Follow-up Molotov able to do a little bit more damage. Is now Plube and Menix just the last two. A good nade from Tetra, able to get the knock on a Menix, and now they're looking to push into this fight. Just one member for No Cap remaining, and these are the points that Nightly needs to be able to get themselves in a good spray from Tetra. And No Cap is just rinsed away, securing a lot of kills for Nightly there, starting this game off with 6 kills already.
Yeah, very well played for them. They didn't lose anybody on that. Honestly, it's really hard to hold this position, especially when your enemy is able to go on ahead and spread out all on this ridge right below you. That's exactly what happened. They toss in a ton of nades. They're just able to catch each other out. They were in control of the peaks, and it's theirs. I mean, 2 of them now taking that shack, the rest of them in shooting range. They're able to go on ahead and hold all of that angle, and as you can see, there's 3 teams still out there, so they still have a little bit more work to do before that edge is entirely safe. It also looks like poor Lost Reality is playing the edge of this so carefully, but Gascans are going to go on ahead and take out Mitchy Boy and T.O. Rex. It looks like the rest of them were able to go on ahead and escape, but down to a 2-man.
Yeah, this next circle has popped, and it has centered up just, I mean, really exactly centered from where it was before. Be interested. Let's take a look on this northeast side. Is now KEKW is starting their rotation. Step Bro is starting to move in, and Nightly looking to hold the circle here. So we're going to see a lot going on this northeast side, I think. K pulling up to the bunker now. A lot of follow-up utility. Sneak able to get a knock on a retaliated from far, as now they're putting the utility into this bunker. But Fries KK with a great nade to secure those 2 kills for KEKW, is now S1 are starting to find their way in towards this team.
Yeah, but it looks like Retaliative was unfortunately found out. The last 2 from S1 currently trying to go on ahead and heal up. They do have a vehicle to try and make a rotation, but they're deciding to be a little bit more careful. But here comes Blue. They've realized they need to escape, throwing out those smokes that are going to help them gain speed without getting too much damage put onto them with that little bit of cover. And you can see that Winnie Pew Pew is definitely here to try and spot them out, and it doesn't seem like he thinks he has an angle. Going on ahead and letting him go by. Definitely doesn't want to try and challenge somebody inside a vehicle either.
Yeah, so a good rotation from them to be able to get out of here. It does look like Nightly should be able to hold this edge of shooting range. So looks like they're going to try and hold out KEKW as they make their way into zone. We do have Anime Thighs pushing up on a 300 now. They did get an opening knock on to Neferhor in this compound. More sprays coming out, able to do a little bit of damage on a Viha as he comes in for the res, but now Anime Thighs are just really trying to get another knock on this so they can secure their push here. You do have head kick on the roof of this building, just trying to play an off angle, but doesn't look like Anime Thighs is going to be super aggressive on this until they can find another knock.
Yeah, definitely playing that very safely in there. Honestly, that compound is really nice to play off of. I feel like most of the old zones always went towards plains, and a lot of the new ones kind of go towards this compound that 300 currently occupy, but we'll end up seeing very shortly. In the meantime, looks like Tactical A has definitely identified that, hey, there's a team creeping up on us from our northeast. Let's get those kills. Let's get those points. And unfortunately, it's KEKW Kiers. So KEKW Kiers is kind of struggling out there. They're just outside of zone over there. You can see by their little white dots just outside. And Nightly Esports, they're definitely not helping out for them. Destiny are instantly getting a knock and a flush on the Nitrogen, meaning it's just down to Winnie Pew Pew and Fries KK.
Yeah, Winnie Pew Pew and Fries just barely made their way into zone, but they are going to get sandwiched between Nightly Esports and TAC 8 here. So some good shots coming out from Winnie onto Tetra, but immediately traded out for about 30 damage. So both these teams going to be forced back to heal. T8 is not getting aggressive on this because they are holding their position in zone, and they do know Nightly are close to their north. So these teams are going to play very cautious. I think KEKW are going to have to take one of these 2 fights if they want to make it out of this edge, but they are going to be very patient with this.
Definitely. I mean, here comes Blue, slowly moving in very shortly. All they can really do and hope for is so that other people are going to make a rotation towards them and get in a fight. But I mean, we obviously could see everything. It doesn't look like that is quite going to happen just yet, unfortunately for them. So I mean, it could soon if they lose their interest, but also on the southern side here, we can see that it looks like Culture for Anime Thighs might just be going up against the last two people for S1. I don't quite know if he realizes that there's two of them. We can see that Michael was flushed out right beside Jayode. He probably thinks it might just be one, so... Culture here now holding an angle. Needs to be careful unless Fizzle can't see him. Oh, it looks like he actually has a little bit of a ridge there to protect him. Oh, Jayode instantly spotting him out though. We'll get the headshot, taking him down to 20 HP. And now I think Culture honestly needs some help. But his friends, his teammates are far away. This could be some help from Nico. So you can see that Guadalajara Gascans are spread on this.
Fries KK did take that engagement with Knightley, able to get a knock on a Tetra, but Martin's able to trade him out. I do think they'll be able to get that res on that northeast side, as now Knightley are going to have to start to watch this push from TAC 8 coming out. Bahayo has a great off angle here, opting to hold shots until the right moment. Spray is going to come out, but unfortunately not able to get that knock, and Zealot and Rage Zealot going to be dropped down to 20 HP, but just unfortunately not be able to found him out. But like we said, Knightley is going to be able to get that res. They are going to be 4-man up going into this fight, and they, again, just going to play very patiently because I think they do have a better position in this zone.
Yeah, you see they're definitely being very quiet over here. Meanwhile, on the complete other side, on the west, it looks like just complete chaos is happening. Unfortunately for Rationality, it's going to be the end for them in 10th as Stone Storm is taken down. And now the fight between TS1I and SDR has started.
Yeah, Barry vibes with an opening knock on Akita here. Now they're trying to get aggressive. And we do have One Eye Open also trying to push their way over. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, as SDR are going to be trying to hold these ridges against True Sight. But One Eye is going to have a good angle coming in from the east side here. Zone is going to force Gwen Stacy in a little bit further, so TS should be able to capitalize on this. And Nate's going to peek up over this ridge. He's going to spot out Barry and get an opening knock and a flush, though. Immediately, damage is going to be traded, but True Sight, with the help of One Eye Open, is going to get San Diego Rarity out in 9th, and now these two teams are going to look to take apart a fight with one another. It is just 2 up for True Sight and 2 up for One Eye. Zomox knocked in the distance, so looks like Arson going to try and get the res off, but One Eye are going to want to get aggressive here and kind of clean up this fight. Jeppe just on the other side of the wall, waiting for them to push over, but again, One Eye being very cautious as they don't know where these players are, so a lot of pop shots coming out. They are going to get the res on his own. Arson going to get a knock from far, and now True Sight might be able to make this push over. They do know where One Eye's players are now. Zuki Boy immediately going for this res, but True Sight with the utility are going to look to make the push this now. Stuns are coming out. Should have this res off just a second. Jeppe aim now going to peek up over. He has spotted out Zuki with some good shots traded out. Another spray coming out, and Jeppe and Arson able to clean up that fight. And One Eye Open going to be eliminated in 8th. Very good job from them, just playing patiently, able to pick up a couple points on both SDR and One Eye Open. So now they're going to have to find their way in with Gascans just looking to their southeast.
Yeah, very well played by them. They definitely pushed over correctly at the same time there. It looks like on the south, the crash from Anime Thighs onto 300 has finally started. Anime Thighs, they've been pestering them on that hill to the south for the longest time now. Looks like Head Kick was in fact down, leaving just Neferhor and Viha now currently making a little bit of the move here. I think Anime Thighs still have Fudge and Refray, and then here comes Tactical 8 as well. Completely third-partying the situation. We can see Zealot unfortunately getting downed from Refray. The instant trade back is there. Neferhor is the last one inside of this building. I think they're going to realize soon, like, hey, there's 2 different teams here. That's exactly why they went on ahead and crashed on this. They just got to be careful because Nightly Esports just to the north might start getting really, really interested. We can hear them prepping some nades. Unfortunately, not thinking to go ahead and toss them onto the roof for now. That means Viha and Fudge, they're going to try and be as sneaky and quiet as possible.
Yeah, it does look like Nightly have heard this just in the northeast. So Tetra and Sneak starting to make their way across. Via's actually spotted out Sneak Attack, so he's going to land some shots, dropping him down to 20 HP. So I think Nightly will just kind of play a little bit cautiously here. Neverhorse still on this roof, trying to find some angles on a T8, but Nightly going to land some good shots over onto him, forcing him to prone out and heal. So I don't think T8 will have recognized that this damage has come out. So Neverhorse should be able to get this first aid off pretty easily, but knowing that Nightly is super hard, he's going to have the rat extra hard now.
Yeah, I can see some nades from Fudge being thrown towards Neferhor. Unfortunately, not quite going far enough, so there's still going to be 2 up for 300 from that initial fight. And I mean, Tactical 8 still all playing together. I really want them to be pushing this together as well. It seems like they kind of are, and Neferhor instantly relocating. I don't think Tactical 8 are going to be able to successfully clear their building because of Nightly Esports being aggressive on this. They can't quite go up onto that roof without being shot at.
Yeah, there's also a lot of smokes out now, just kind of preventing that push. So I think T8 for the time being will be just a little bit content with these angles that they have. Fudge trying to do a little bit of damage on the backside of that zone, but really just not a lot of damage from these teams coming out. They do have a better position than Nightly trying to hold on the circle, but Via with a great spray on her Great Zealot now. So they are going to be cautious with this push as T8 still has 3 men up, so they should be able to get this res. Again, smoking out, maybe trying to prep for a cross here, but just these teams are just going to be at a standstill for the time being until one decides to make a hard push onto another.
Seems like they did in fact get that res. Neferhor is still up top. Honestly, he's going to be the one that causes some chaos on the cross. But there we go. Oh, Neferhor ended up picking up a shotgun and gets it down onto Zealot as he was trying to push. He's definitely on the stairs right now, making sure that the rest of Tactical 8 have a hard time pushing up. And honestly, because of that shotgun being revealed, I don't think they really want to go ahead and push that. Let's go ahead and take a look. Looks like they're starting to be aggressive, getting a nice hit onto one of the Tactical 8's boys. It looks like some damage from Nightly Esports is trying to get involved. Tetra wants to. There we go, trying to go for a little bit more shots with that double barrel. I mean, just all 3 of these teams being in the same exact spot is being super chaotic. I mean, all of them are trying to take shots at each other. And I mean, Nightly Esports so far hasn't been able to do too much, but here comes Glucose Father on that push on the Fudge. Let's see if he can spot him out, and he does. Unfortunately, Fudge spots him first, and Glucose Father is taken down and out. He tried to do something there, but unfortunately for him, he was punished. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't tell one of his teammates to go with him.
Oh, and Via doing a good job to catch out the last member of Anime Thighs now. TA trying to start the push, but Neferhor with that shotgun just doing an absolutely great job to get Destinator and Weem. And 300 are actually going to wipe out the rest of T8 here as just a 2-man. So some very, very good patient play for them. But it does look like Sneak Attack and the rest of Nightly Esports is going to hold them out as this zone's going to push them out of this building.
That's disgusting. I cannot believe he just got that many kills with that shotgun. And then surely he's going to be able to go on ahead and loot a body. Yeah, he's already gone ahead and stretched it out for an M4, so that is going to be the end of it. Now it's just down to 3 teams. It looks like 300, unfortunately, is going to have a really hard time as Oldest went on ahead and rotated on over here as well. Let's see if he's going to be able to do anything. 300 might just make the rotation towards his direction. I think Gascans is now taken down to 2 because I think Pankill, the last one up for Nutters, ended up being able to do a lot of damage to them, and that's why they only have 2 left.
Yeah, Oldest has taken the southern position. He has spotted out some of the Nightly members, and he has given his position away to 300 now. 300 actually making a 2-man push over. So Neferhor and Via. Neferhor is actually going to get knocked for far by Sneak Attack. Via's going to do a great job to pick up Oldest and flush, but Sneak Attack cleaning that up for far. So Nightly ready to clean up the rest of this game at the 4v1. And if they come out with a win, they'll have 11 kills to add on top of that.
Yeah, so far it looks like Nightly Esports have 10 kills, Guadalajara Gascans with 7. So far, both these teams really well played, but he didn't quite spot out Morns there as he gets that last spray. Nightly Esports were just able to go on ahead and make a wide spread on the end there since they knew exactly where some of these teams were, and 11 kills, exactly like you said, 21 points. Very well played for Nightly Esports. I'd honestly love to see it, so...
Yeah, and just like we talked about Span, now these teams are all starting to figure it out. We're having a lot of different game winners here, and this lobby is, I mean, it's going to be interesting going into day 2. I'm excited for what the last game has to bring, and we'll bring those leaderboards to you right after this break.
Hello everybody, SpanCargo and 6Speed here for the second to last time. We're on to our last game on Erangel. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. Going ahead, 6Speed.
Yeah, so we're seeing that top half start to crunch a little bit closer and closer. So TAC8 still barely hanging on to that top spot, but 300 KEKW starting to find their way closer and closer to that first place spot. Mixed results in Gascans just below them. So San Diego Rarity and One Eye Open again tied for that 6th and 7th place spot. So I mean, these lobbies, I mean, that whole top half of the leaderboard's all within 29 points of one another. So anybody's game for first place right now. We're starting to see that separation between bottom of the lobbies and top of the lobbies, but these top 5 spots right now are starting to get really, really interesting.
I definitely agree. And just a reminder for everybody interested, didn't quite catch it the first 2 times, the pricing for finals is $35 per winner chicken dinner, $100 for the kill leaders for the entire team, and then first is $700, second $500, third $400, and fourth $200. So definitely some money on the line. You guys want to be in the top 4 spaces, and you want to win games, and you want to get kills. You just want all the money in the world. But let's go ahead, take a look at this last playing path for today.
So another interesting plane path span going right across that military island. So hopeful to see one of those zones as it is going up to the northeast between Zarki and Saberni. So, I mean, really could see any zone here, but look to see where these teams are dropping. You do have True Sight going off to that Milta Power area again, so no hot drops coming out with them and Step Bros for the time being. We will keep an eye, though, on that northwest side, looking at South George, North George. We do have those guys taking an alternate drop now, so it looks like they'll be dropping right along with Elusive up there. So that'll definitely be interesting to see as these teams are finding their way out.
Yeah, definitely. Just a little bit of a note on the want for the military island. I mean, I feel like casters were so evil. We always want something that we know is difficult because, I mean, we've talked about this. Like, when a zone or a plane is so difficult, that's really where the super adaptive teams are going to shine. Like, I've seen some crazy things come out of some of these teams. Like, how did you get from your horrible location to the best location possible successfully? How are you keeping all 4 members up? And it's really interesting to watch, honestly. It looks like those guys and S1 kind of went on ahead towards each other once again. I thought that there was going to be a fight up here by Zarki, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen as those guys went ahead, pulled up further to Zarki and S1 inside of that little compound to the southeast. As for everybody else, the zone actually went on ahead and centered directly around the Gatka fields. I have a feeling that the zone could pull back there. As for everybody else, they're pretty spread apart on this.
Yeah, these zones typically end around the Gatka fields. Sometimes they also kind of shift over towards the fields around ruins area. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that too. I mean, realistically, these zones could be anywhere, but it's nice to see these central zones because there is nothing too crazy that goes on, but still puts the wits of these teams in as they're trying to make their way. I mean, we have seen in the past some very difficult hardships going North Island here, like late game. We've seen stuff that pull like hard west a couple times. I've seen in a few games. So it's really interesting to see how these teams play these circles. And like you said, what mental aptitude they're going to have to kind of adjust when things aren't going their way.
Yeah, now that we're coming up on around 3 minutes, in about a minute and a half, that is when our early rotators should start moving. We can already see One Eye making that rotation. I swear, One Eye, they always are the first ones to be rotating. It's quite impressive if I do say so myself. Angela and Hardy already going ahead, leaving out of Pachinki. It's probably because of their positions. Pachinki is directly smack dab in the center, so they're going to get to Pachinki about the same time, no matter where the plane is. And then they go ahead, they can loot like 2 buildings in Pachinki, be fine, grab the vehicles, and leave. So, and it works, honestly. I've seen them be able to go ahead and grab some really, really good positions from leaving so early. But now that it is about 4 minutes, we can already see some of these other guys making their rotations. It looks like KEKW Kiers, for example, want to set up towards Comets for their location for now.
Yeah, I was just gonna touch on that span. You were talking about how Angelo Monhardi had left so early with really like 2.5 to 3 minutes still to go before the zone starts to close. And he managed just to pick himself up a 3 vest with a scar and an SLR. So just getting extremely fortunate with his loot there. So they are starting to make this Western rotate now. He might be running straight into Winnie Pew Pew of KEKW. So look to see what's gonna go on with this crash, as they are gonna drive right past Winnie Pew Pew with a seat swap to try and get Richie B off the bike, but the shots just aren't going to connect, and they are going to pull away from this now.
The KEKW Kiers wanted this position for their own. You can see Retaliative going on back to see if he can scout anything out, but it's not going to be successful. So you have to go on ahead, go back to Comets for now, because that ice cream compound is, in fact, one eye opens. There's no doubt about it. As for other people, you can see Tactical 8 making their rotation out of Roz directly into the rotation path of Lost Reality. You can see them kind of now stopping on this hill, probably to go on ahead and take some shots towards them, but Tactical 8 is already out of there, and they have taken those yellows compounds.
Yeah, and that's a good spot for them to hold, like we said, because it's a good place to play out of, whether that zone goes to the eastern fields or the western fields near GACA. So good on them. It does look like they're going to 2-2 split a little bit with Ruins up there to the north. So they're going to try and hold a good split here as they're working their way in. So we'll definitely look to keep our eyes on them as well.
See, now everybody kind of pulling on in here. Mixed results coming from the northern spot. I'm a little bit worried for them. They can come in here and play rooms. Probably take church before Lost Reality gets there. Not quite. Looks like they're going to get there first. So really am quite concerned for mixed results. Probably can hear the vehicles right beside them. And it looks like Lister, does he want to get involved or does he want out of there is the question. And it looks like out of there. Currently getting shot at by T.O. Rex.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tio, not able to land his shots on the Lister, but Lister is going to be able to get away. He's going to feed this info to the rest of his teammates, and they're going to look for a spot to play there. It's going to be pretty tough for them, though, as they're going to be sandwiched between a lot of teams here. You've got Elusive at the Cube compound. You've got Lost Reality. And Crazy actually getting a good knock on a Tio over at that church building as he opts to stay behind in that position that Lister is just at. Do have Nutters that have made their way over there. Soup occupying the top of that Everest Mountain, and now Stepbro is starting to make their way down just north of that Cube compound that Elusive is occupying. So already seeing a lot of congestion and early takes on this north side. So very good on these teams. A lot of shots coming out towards Crazy now, able to do a little bit of damage, but not able to get that knock and single him out to get an early point here.
Yeah, I can see everybody now getting a little bit congested. I mean, everybody wants to be making it down to the bigger part of this land, so I wouldn't be surprised if Step Rose tries to go on ahead and make a rotation in that direction. As for Nutters, I mean, going on ahead and grabbing Everest and that compound directly to the southeast is not a bad play. I mean, we've seen this zone go on ahead and love Everest so many times, and from up there they can scout and third party almost everything. The danger about being up there is that obviously you're going to have a lot of people shooting back, and it's a lot of area to try and hold people off of. So anybody could go on ahead and try to push up their mountain without them really noticing until it's too late.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these teams finally starting to make the rest of their way in now. Gascans and Anime Thighs making their way out on that southeast side of the circle. Do have True Sight and Nightly still on that far east side that haven't quite made their way in yet. And then those guys on that very northwest side going to make their way into North George. So it'll be interesting to see where this first zone closes and how these teams are going to react to it.
I agree. As for now, it does seem pretty spread out. I mean, even here comes those guys. I completely forgot about them hiding up there inside of Zarky, but they should be able to go on ahead, go straight over that Georgia Pearl bridge into the hospital area. Probably gonna head and take that spine by hospital, and they'll be really set up for this next zone shift. And on that, the only other team all the way to the western side here is 300, and they're very, very spread apart. I mean, they're on the edge, but they're spread, so from there, they should, no matter where this next zone goes, have some sort of idea for a rotation. You can see Headkick actually shooting at a compound right now. Some of these guys actually do that on purpose to see, oh, is anyone going to go on ahead and peek me? And if no one does, there's a stronger chance that no one's there. But otherwise, that is it. Oh?
Yeah, it's... Go ahead.
No, it looks like Adam is driving straight towards Fudge for Anime Thighs right now.
Yeah, it's actually what I was looking at too. Is just waiting to see if they were gonna make anything happen with this. I don't think he's realized that Fudge is just to his southeast there, so these shots are gonna come out. Fudge is actually gonna look to peek over here. He has spotted out Adam. Refray going by as a distraction. The spray is gonna come out, and Fudge is gonna get that knock. So Adam's gonna be the first player eliminated, able to get that cleanup now, and good on Anime Thighs to pick up this early point and punish that wide gas can split that they love to play.
I can guarantee that the only reason that Refray made that drive around is because Fudge told him to, and it worked like a charm. So there you go. I mean, Anime Thighs picking up that 1 point. It's just 3 of them left. Looks like 2 of them are posted up on Pachinki Hill. Nico's kind of going for a little bit of a gander over towards the Dumpling compound, and now it looks like Oldest wants some form of revenge. Currently shooting at Refray, doing a little bit of damage, but no knocks so far. And in about 10 seconds now, we're going to go on ahead and see this zone pop, and we're about to see a lot more action from these teams. It looks like True Sight finally got inside zone on that northern side. They're going to be the only team that is on the north, and it looks like the zone is going to go on ahead and favor that Everest once again.
Yeah, so Nutters are going to have a strong position here. I wonder if they'll call Soup and Ripper up to the top of Everest with the rest of them, but it looks like they're just going to wait and occupy this 2-2 for the time being. You do have Step Bros that are starting to make their way all the way to the top of the Everest Mountain too, so it'll be interesting to see if they get in a fight with Nutters up here, as Nutters do look like they're going to start pushing their way over towards these vehicles.
I agree, and I will say I feel like we've seen Nutters actually play this before, play a 2-2 split like this before, and it did not go in their favor. So I'm a little bit interested to see them doing it again and if it'll work this time. Because last time, I mean, since they were 2-2, they ended up having teams pulling up on both of them at the same time, and it obviously just didn't go well. So because of that, we can now see that Step Bros pushing up very, very aggressively towards them, and I think Jam and Pankiller are definitely aware of what is happening. And there we go. Pankiller going on ahead and spotting him out. Already going to go on ahead and get a nice shot into Xvolution there. No knocks so far, but Jam now aware as well. Nutters, are they coming to help out? It doesn't look like Super Ripper are, so...
Span, if we could take a look at cubes off to the northwest, we actually have a crash right now. True Sight crashing onto Elusive's building, so this engagement taking off very quickly as these teams look to find their way in.
Ooh. Yusuo actually running straight into 2 of the members, getting a knock into 1, tried to go for a knock into the second one, but not wanting to go on ahead and peek that alone. Means he's just down to Barry vibes right now. Zolmox also coming in here. Let's see what he's going to be able to do. He spots out Yusugo in that first floor, but back upstairs, looks like JL Day was taken down, and here comes some nades. Let's see if Yusugo Ugly is going to go ahead and run into that. It doesn't quite seem like it, as he is the last one up for Elusive. There we go. He's going to try and play a little bit of Ring Around the Rosie, but unfortunately does not work out as Zolmox gets that last spray onto them, and Elusive is eliminated. They will be able to go on ahead and get the res onto Arson. They have 4 points, and they have 3 up.
Yeah, so while that was happening, I don't know what happened to make this work, but Nutters actually pulled off of Everest, and Everest is now occupied by the remainder of Anime Thighs. So Ripper getting a knock on a Fudge, but there's a weird trading of positions that happened there. Is now they're just left to occupy that train compound down to the southeast.
Yeah, right before we switched over to the fight on Dice, Anime Thighs were driving straight towards Everest, and I think the other 2 that were inside of that compound called it out, and the other 2 were just like, well, then we're out of here, and they went on ahead, drove off of Everest, which I think is the right call. Especially because they were so split. The only thing to do there is have some sort of a re-crash, but then their team would have been split. It would have been just horribly messy, and I'm glad to see them actually playing together again this time. Elsewhere, though, we can see that there are a few more downs happening between mixed results. Looks like they went on ahead and took out Zolmox, who was trying to go on ahead and go for a little bit of a scout over here. Unfortunately, is going to be found out. And it also looks like Lost Reality is in a fight with Nightly Esports.
Yeah, so about 3 seconds to the zone poppy. We're going to see where it goes, but Lost Reality does have some angles on Nightly Esports here, and the zone's actually going to take a pretty hard shift to the south, so both of these teams are going to be left outside of the circles. They're trying to make their way in. One thing I thought was interesting was that this southeast side of the circle is where all these teams were. So the previous circle had only 1 team, really, in that northern, northwest section of the zone. So if you look on the west side now, those guys are going to start to send their way in. Flax has spotted out head kick in this compound, and they're going to start to crash. Spray's going to come out, but it's just not going to connect. He is able to land a shot, but head kick is going to pull away from this, and those guys will take the compound for free.
Yeah, looks like the rest of them having to make a rotation somewhere else. Headkick probably realizing that these yellows or these dips or something can be playable. Yeah, this is a tree, buddy. That's gonna be some damage put onto you. Sometimes these trees are confusing, I will say. Like, some of them are like slightly bigger than others that you can drive through. But he's going to be safe pulling into these yellows, and the rest of his team should go on ahead and follow since that radio tower is outside of zone. It looks like a little bit of chaos on this side is stirring, but definitely on the eastern side as well. I mean, you can see that the rest of True Sight decided to make a wide rotation. They're currently coming in behind SDR, and right in front of SDR is Nightly Esports and Tactical 8.
So NA peeking up over this ridge now, trying to get a couple shots, but just all this ridge is able to get True Sight behind them and really just kind of duck away from this. It looks like they'll be able to make their way into zone, but they are going to be crashing these single stories that SDR is still occupying at the moment. So Arson and Berry Vibes are pulling up. Shots are going to come out from Akita, so that might give them the clue that they need to move away here. Gwen Stacy on the outside, but not opting to peek up over and take out any shots on this. So True Sight are going to start to try and find a mission here.
Wouldn't be surprised if they stop in these trees somewhere or something, because honestly there isn't too much to be able to play. They're actually sending it straight into the field. I'm a little bit worried on where they're intending to go, because here also comes mixed results from the other side of the field. I'm sure they're going to run into each other very, very shortly. And that is a yes. There we go. You can see Lister and Berry Vibes kind of crossing themselves there. But I have no idea where True Sight is going. Honestly, this is the biggest send for them ever. Sometimes it's better to stop earlier than continue going. And here's an example, because they're about to start getting shot at by KEKW Kiers. And it looks like they've decided that this is where they want to stay, inside of Gaka, and they're now going to get in a fight between KEKW and Kiers, taking a little damage from 300, but they have successfully made it so far. It doesn't seem like Arson is in as quite of a good spot as his teammate.
Yeah, True Sight making a really aggressive rotation there to the far edge of the zone, like you were saying. So I don't know if it's going to pay off for them after this next shift, but they have managed to find their way in. They are going to share that compound with KEKW, and 300 though spotted this. So I wonder if they're going to look to make moves. They did get a knock on a Crazy, and they are going to collapse on that. But KEKW opt to leave that compound and go back to where Prize KK and Nitrogen are occupying. So.
Yeah, it seems like they didn't want to risk it. Probably didn't know how many members from True Sight were quite there, so they just decided to leave. It looks like mixed results are in a little bit of a rock and a hard place as they keep trying to get these reses on each other, but they're mostly just stuck here. And that nade, oh, that nade almost did end up getting the flush onto Darth. Patron is the last one up, but that vehicle's about to explode. And there it goes. So Patron is now down. I mean, it's just down to Lister, who's currently hiding out between a hay bale and a tractor directly above Chopsticks. And beside Comets, we can see everybody else on this outskirts have to come in. There's still 15 teams alive in Phase 4 here.
Yeah, this north and northeast side of the circle is very interesting. You've got those guys and Necros on that west side. You've got this fight taking off on the east now with Attack 8. So Detonator able to get a good couple shots on flush onto Gwen Stacy. A follow-up nade from Weam is getting that flush onto Akita. So just a great play coming out here from this team. Is Lucid just the last member remaining? I'm sorry, N8's still there, but away from the rest of the compound. So T8 are going to have this cleanup as the follow-up. Molotov's going to come out and get that flush on the Lucid Freak now.
Looks like NA is not going to go on ahead and decide to continue fighting, trying to make rotation away. It looks like Gluco's father kind of wants to be aggressive on it, doesn't want to go too far away from his team, though definitely shouldn't go on ahead and go with the chase. I'm glad he doesn't, and now here comes Animate Thighs off of Everest and straight into Nutters. You see Jam getting a knocks onto Fudge. Michael now spotting out Pankill, doesn't quite get the knock, trying to go for the spray, but lost exactly where he is, and a lot of bullets being thrown towards him. Here comes a little bit of a nade from Jam, but he's going to be knocked before that, flushing himself out. But there you go, Soup, by the way, getting a little bit of the the knockback, meaning it's just down to Culture. Those guys eliminated in the distance. But let's see what Anime Thighs and Soup, by the way, are going to be able to do here. As Tactical Blade goes on ahead and pushes on up. Spying out Soup there at that tree is going to do a lot of damage. William actually getting some of the flushes onto these guys. Who do you think is going to be the first team to be out first here? It looks like Soup is trying to play this as smartly as possible. Currently blind, so not peeking.
It's not looking good for either of these teams. I mean, ultimately, whoever wins this last fight is probably going to get taken out by TA. So Soup's now started to take out some of this blue. Culture does get the flush on the jam. So Soup going to try and pop off this first aid. I think he'll have it off just in time, as now Culture is going to try and get a little bit more aggressive on this and be able to get this flush out.
That nade bounces against the house, so he's not going to be able to go ahead and do some damage there. Anime Thigh is actually going to go out before Nutters because Destinator with that SLR is there to get the headshot. Soup, by the way, trying to heal up. He might be able to go ahead and survive out here for a little bit longer and hoping that Tactical 8 aren't aware of his existence. We can see that this is, in fact, a Gatka field ending. These endings are always very interesting for me to see because you need to have vehicles to survive. We can see the oldest Gascans actually went ahead and spotted out in 8 who tried to go for an early car field play, but unfortunately was not the correct one just yet on this early of a zone. I have a feeling that our next big fight is really going to happen on the southern side here, as there's 4 teams. Yeah, 4 teams that are currently occupying it. It looks like TrueSight might be a little bit interested in rotating on over there as well.
So I think those teams on the south side have some pretty strong hard cover positions. I think our next fight's going to be on this northwest side with One Eye Open and KEKW. KEKW is going to have a hard time finding their way in the zone. They do have 2 players knocked currently. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to get the reses. They're not. So Winnie Pew Pew and Nitrogen going to start sending, and these shots are going to come out now. As it looks like Winnie Pew Pew and company are going to try and crash, but unfortunately getting knocked there. Now Nitrogen left to be the last person to start sending through zone, trying to find a spot in the center to play.
And looks like he's driving a little bit close to Tactical 8. Will Tactical 8 be able to spot him out, or will Gascans go ahead and take it? Doesn't look like it, as they're currently occupied with Nightly Esports, who were kind of trying to get out of one of their chopsticks there. You can see Morin's currently down. Sneak Attack trying to get the quick res onto him. They're just inside of this zone here. Not fighting next, but definitely a big fight sometime soon. And it looks like One Eye has spotted out the remainder of Nutters. At least, yeah, no, they definitely spotted him out, as that bullet shot is going towards his direction right now. So I don't think Soup, by the way, is quite going to get inside down here, as all 4 of the One Eye members are currently looking at him. Oh, and the MK14 from Delta is going to be the end of it. How many members from these guys survived? It looks like only 2 of the Tactical 8 members ended up surviving, actually making it inside this field here. And it looks like a lot of damage are being done to them from One Eye still.
Yeah, One Eye Open is one of the few teams with a good solid hard cover here. You see Gascans, the only other team that really has a compound that they're occupying. So Honey Badger with some great shots out towards Glucose Father, able to get that knock. They might have angles to clean up the rest of that fight too. It's TrueSight just barely on the southwest side of the circle. They might be able to make something happen here, because they do have 300s in the dip just to the northeast of them, and then No Cap and a big bull just to their east. So maybe some utility coming out. Barry Vibes trying to crawl in his zone, but taking a ton of damage. He slowly makes his way in.
Oh, it ended just in time. I swear a bullet just landed by him as well, but luckily not gonna hit, so he's gonna be able to go on ahead and heal on up on this road. This is very dangerous. They need to be as unknown as possible, but I have a feeling right when No Cap pushes on over, they might get a little bit interested in trying to get involved. Let's take a look, because here comes No Cap. They need to be quiet, as this fight between No Cap and 300 are going to start happening right now. Do you want to go ahead and listen into the No Cap comms here really quickly?
They're dead, they're dead.
You can rest, you can rest.
Behind.
Rest in the grass.
Oh, rats in the grass.
Chill, you have time to heal. One's on my tree, in front of me.
What? They proned through the fucking field.
Absolute rats, holy shit.
And that is going going to be it for No Cap, unfortunately. 300 was, in fact, taken out, but True Sight, they did, in fact, play that rat position, like No Cap mentioned, very, very well. I mean, they're still alive. They got some kills, and they're going to be able to play that position. That laugh at the end there, I don't know who made it, but I absolutely loved that. That just laugh of, like, I can't believe that just happened. But it also looks like still on the southern side, Knightley is just down to Tetra, but that is going to be the end as Gascans went out ahead and spotted them out. So that means there's 2 teams on the southern part here. Nitrogen from KEKW still somehow alive in the field, and 1 up for Tactical 8 as Angela Manhardy from When I Open is trying to be very, very sneaky onto this position. He spots out William right after he gets the res on the Glucose Father. There's still just 1 left. Didn't even have a chance to heal, but he still gets a trade. But there we go. There goes Zuki Boy in there to save the day. Tactical 8 eliminated in 5th. And now it looks like Barry Vibes 1 HP. Gascans has spotted them out.
Yeah, I mean, Barry just did a great job with True Sight there to just wait until the right moment to third party those fights. So they managed to pick themselves up 8 kills from stealing that no cap engagement and a couple placement points too. It's going to be a tough go for Barry to make his way into zone with 3 Gascan members just to his east there, but he is looking to maybe push his way in. Guns are going to come out, but Honey Badger is going to be there to clean that up, and it's going to be True Sight out in 4th place as now Gascans are going to start to look and make their push towards this middle zone.
Yeah, so this is really interesting dynamic that's happening here. So there's 3 members of Gascans, so they have the majority, but they're on the very edge. One Eye Open ended up being able to go on ahead and take a large split inside of this zone, so they'll be able to have a lot of prio in here. Gascans don't know quite where they are, but I'm a little bit worried for them because Nitrogen is directly in the center and he's closest to One Eye, so if he's going to hear anybody out, it's going to be one of them. But on that note, that zone is going to go on ahead directly onto One Eye Open and Nitrogen. That means Gascans are the ones that have to go on ahead and trek into the unknown territory.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them. They do have some vehicles to work with, though, so we will look to see what they're going to do and make happen here. There's not a ton of hardcover to play. I do see a couple of those hardcover hay bales, which I think is what they're going to send to here in this middle zone. But they might have spotted out Delta here, so it looks like they're going to try and get some isolation out and try and get an opening knock so they can push in and take some more, take some bigger portions of this circle away from the rest of these teams.
Yeah, it looks like they decided to do the smart play, going ahead and play the edge since they don't know where everybody is. Now jumping up and down to try and see if they can catch any sort of a sight line on them. But I mean, as we can see, Delta, Zuki Boy, Nitrogen, all proned. All playing this very, very safely. I mean, we see Zuki Boy did end up throwing out a smoke, so they're definitely aware of at least one of them. And it looks like Honey Badger is going to go on ahead and make a little bit of a rotation back to the east to try and get an angle on that. I have a feeling this is going to be a very slow ending, honestly. A lot of crawling around in this field just waiting to see who's going to reveal themselves first.
Yeah, I think Honey Badger was trying to see if there's any hardcover to play with over there, but there, unfortunately, all the hay bales on the east side were pretty much all breakable ones, and the ones that weren't were on the outside of that circle. So they're just going to be content with the with what they have to play just for the time being. You do have Delta just directly to Nikos' north there, but really just not making any moves quite yet. So all this grass, Delta is prone there. He hasn't quite had sightlines on Gascans, but he is going to stand up and try and get some sightlines over there, but really just not being able to find anything just yet.
I honestly didn't know that you could vault on top of these. Look, he's vaulting on it. But I was a little bit worried there because since he can get up here, Delta ended up standing up a little bit and taking a look-see. But it looks like Nikos is a little bit distracted by Zuki Boy in the distance. I mean, Zuki Boy does seem to have a lot of hardcover. I mean, he has all these vehicles and that crate, which does make him a target. But for now, I mean, it really is just a waiting game. So I have a feeling that right now, Gascans are definitely playing this very, very smartly. But here we go. Delta standing on up, spotting out Nikos with that MK. Ended up doing 1 hit of damage to him. But unfortunately, Honey Badger is there to go on ahead and get the knock onto him with that headshot. I think that's going to be the end of Delta, meaning it's just down to 2 solos left.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult game for Zuki now that his teammates knocked, and Honey Badger with a great...
Zuki killed himself.
Zuki... Yeah, I'm really confused what just happened there, actually, but
I have
fortunately
no
for...
idea.
Gascans, it's just going to be Nitrogen stuck in the center of the field. So great job on him. And they're going to find him out. And Honey Badger tries to go for the run over, but Ola's just able to pick him out just before. And that's going to be Gascans taking the last game of this day with 9 kills. So I'm not sure what
have a
Zuki
feeling
was
I knew.
doing there. But
I think he thought it was a 4v1 situation. She was just going to take the L, but unfortunately it was not. So he's going to take the L by getting less points in 3rd place. Very nice, patient win from Gascans there. Like 6Speed mentioned, that is the last game. So we'll be back as soon as possible with that leaderboard update. But I mean, while we're waiting for that to happen, I mean, 6Speed, do you have anything else to really say about today before we go ahead and show those scores?
no, I'm honestly just really interested to see that leaderboard. Like we said, we had a good balance of teams that were high fragging, a lot of different teams winning games. I mean, we did have TAC 8 win 2 games there, but I mean, it's different than having 2 different teams winning each of the 3 games, you know. So I'm very interested to see what these points are going to look like going into day 2 tomorrow.
I agree. So we'll be back as soon as possible with those right when they're ready. Don't go anywhere. See y'all soon. Hello everybody, it is SpanCargo and 6Speed here for the last time tonight with the leaderboard. Without further ado, let's go ahead and reveal that. 6Speed, do the honors.
Yeah, so TAC 8 actually had a surprisingly good game there, coming out with quite a bit of kills. So they were able to extend that lead in the first place by 14 points. So Gascans with that strong win, able to knock themselves into second with 55. A good amount of kill points, but TAC 8 just coming on top with the placements, able to, like we said, string together those 2 wins in game 2 and 3. So they are going to take out the edge in first place. But like we said, this 3rd through 8th place is all so close. I mean, one team winning one game can just turn around the leaderboard upside down. So if you got 300 in 3rd place with 55 points, tied with Gascans, just a little bit less kills, but after that, everything is just so close to one another. I mean, you got KEKW just 2 points out of second. You got One Eye Open only 7 points out. You got Mixed Results only 15 points out. I am a little bit surprised with this right side of the leaderboard, though. I think we can expect to see a little bit more from Anime Thighs and No Cap going into day 2. But like I said, as close as this lobby is, it's anybody's game, really.
I agree. We're also going to go on ahead and show the match winners for today because there is some winner chicken dinner prizing for those. And there they are, the 6 of them: KEKW, Keyers, Tactical 8, San Diego Rarity, Nightly Esports, and Guadalajara Gascans. I mean, as you can see, that's like a wide spread of people, especially when comparing it to that leaderboard that you guys can also look at by using exclamation point leaderboard, by the way. So it's very interesting to see who won and where people are placed now. And also just a reminder that by the end of all of this, we're going to want, these teams want to be in the top 4 positions because that is where the prizing is. So without further ado, though, that is going to be it for today. So I hope you guys enjoyed it here with 6Speed and I casting day 1 of the Rise Showdown. And we have 1 day left. So there's 6 games left. It's tomorrow, also at 8 p.m. EST. So I hope to see you guys there. I hope you guys go ahead and stick around for a little bit of a raid after this. And make sure you guys are following this channel. Follow us on Twitter as well at SpanCargo, at 6Speed Games. And his Twitch is 6Speed as well. So if you guys want to go ahead and do that, I'll do a little bit of shout out in the chat to go ahead and follow that. But otherwise, I hope you guys have a nice night, evening, morning, wherever you are, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Still too young to realize that these summertime jobs, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda. I run another lie to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I run another lie to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen.